You got to throw it really slow. But there's going to be more friction today, so
This tad here.
yeah. So there it is. It's rolling. So there's not many people here. So like too close to Christmas. Next year they're screwed. Because Christmas and New Year's will be on Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a leap year.
What are they going to do?
On their own, because if you go into January, you're on top of Manitoba. Unless they want to go before Christmas.
Anything earlier, you're going to string the two scratch events too close together. It'll be a state team and then doubles and then team.
We can take the title off. Let's take these here. to welcome everyone to Minot, North Dakota for the 40th annual 10-game marathon. We are here at North Hill Bowl. I'm Daren Seney with NDBowling.com along with Marshall Howard. Marshall, welcome to NDBowlTV again.
Hey, Daren, thanks for having me back again. We had a blast doing it last year, so I was looking forward to doing it today.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun day. We're going to be here for all 10 games. Right now, everyone is kind of in the middle of their 15-minute of warm-up. Got a slight late start here. Hopefully they have all the names up on the screens. I do know that we know about 80%, 90% of the bowlers in here, so there's still a few people in here that I probably won't know their name. It looks like we're using all the way down to 20. Is that what I see down there? Lane 20?
I think it stops at 20.
Okay, so lower entries this year, and I'm guessing that has to do with the holiday just recently. It's hard to get a lot of people to travel to a tournament that quickly after Christmas. So we'll have to see where the dates for this go next year, and we'll keep you updated if we hear anything.
And how many bowlers do we have to do a pair today, Daren? Is that 4?
I heard
5?
some have 5, some have 4. So I think our featured pair right away has 5. It looks like so. Look like we've got our names up there, so we'll have some scoring for you. We'll be able to zoom into that and let you guys know how everyone on our featured pair is doing. Hopefully the scores work right, so their scores will transfer with them as well as their handicaps.
I get more nervous working than I did when I used to bowl.
No, you always have people inviting themselves into the booth. That happened a lot down in Alexandria. We kind of have a good setup here. We have a little kind of a cove at the back of the bowling alley that we can set everything up and nobody walks behind us, which is nice.
Right. That's where all the video games used to be.
Yes, for those of you who haven't been here in a long time. Right. Once again, if any of you guys want to connect with us here in the booth, you can do so via Twitter. You can go into the chat room. You can send us a message on Facebook. We'll try to answer all your questions. They are bowling on the test pattern for the 2016 CMA Memorial Shootout, which is being held here in Minot in about 3 weeks. It's a 2.19 to 1 oil ratio sport compliant pattern with about a 26 volume going on here. It's a 41-foot pattern. It plays pretty tough. I remember they had this out for the King of the Hill earlier back in October, end of October, yeah. Actually, it's in November, end of November now. It's right after Thanksgiving. And the cut to make the top 16 there was minus 70. So it was a pretty tough pattern, and we'll see kind of how it goes. All right, on our featured pair, it looks like we have Wade Scott, we have Rory Rice, Quentin Craig.
Is that Line Schmidt? Is he on the pair?
His name's not up there unless they put his last name first. On lane 8 there on the top, it says SL,
I bet that's
so
him.
they maybe put his name in backwards. Then we got one other guy. The initials BE.
Doesn't look familiar.
So we'll have to wait till his name comes up. We'll get that for you. You will see, we'll zoom in here on our scores. You will see they have the handicap up on their scores. This is a handicap event. I believe it is 80% of 210.
Maybe.
I don't have a flyer in front of me, but it is 80% of 210 or something like that. There is no pin limit, so There are quite a few scratch bowlers in the house, so I'm sure they'll be doing a scratch option and things like that. And a new feature we have this year is we can post your tweets to ndbowling.com on the screen. So if you send us a tweet, we maybe, if it's, you know, within reason, G-rated there, folks.
Appropriate.
We will be able to keep it or put it on our screen for you. So, let's see, who else do we have in the house? It looks like they are using 20 lanes, so we will see everyone in the field on our featured pair at least once today. And our defending champion, Jack Nelson, is in the house. We will see him, it looks like game 8. No, game 9. Game 9, we'll see Jack Nelson. I think every year when they say they get 15 minutes of practice, I think
it's about 20, 25.
A little more each year. So I think we've been sitting here watching them bowl for 25 minutes already.
Yeah, they're going to go through transition during practice. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these break down. If they do go ahead and use this pattern for the CMA Memorial Shootout, there's usually 4 to a lane at that tournament. Sometimes 3 based on how many sign up.
Right.
Jeff did walk by. He said he has 108 signed up already. So if any of you out there watching are planning on bowling the CMA Memorial Shootout here in Minot in 3 weeks, you know, give Jeff a call. Make sure you guys sign up before it gets full. You will be able to see the finals of that tournament here on NDBowlTV. That's Sunday. Yeah, we got some new headsets this year, so I think we're picking up more sounds than we used to. So if you guys do hear something slightly inappropriate from the bowlers, I do apologize, but that's the nature of the beast. Sounds like we just got the hold up, so our scoring will be starting here shortly.
Well, besides from Jack Nelson, Daren, who do you see winning this one this year?
Well, what's tough about it is the way the pattern plays. It's a 2-1-9-1 oil ratio, so it's a pretty tough pattern. And looking at the graph, it's pretty flat on the outside, flat in the middle. The taper is. Oh, we do have a shout out here from Jeff Craig, so we'll get back to our question here in a minute. All right, so back to your question here on who do we think will do well. You know, I did bowl the King of the Hill. It was a very, very tough event, and the cut was -70 just to
get to the match play.
Yeah, the top 16. So I think the players that can play them generally straighter, because it looks like there's a little more friction out there earlier than there was at the King of the Hill, and I think that might drive people left a little quicker. And it's a kind of pattern where you got to get them early and then survive transition and then really get them late.
Right.
And if you can do that, then you're going to be successful. So looking down the house, you know, Mike Harris, Eric Kempel, they struggled at the King of the Hill, but they've bowled on this before. Matt Smallin is bowling. He's in attendance. Blake Wallstrom, you know, Taylor Wallstrom, the way he bowls, I think he could have some success out here because he has the kind of roll where off his hand it's a more rolly throw that he's got,
right?
And it takes the skid out of the pattern. So I think he might have a decent shot. I'll be curious to see how the lefties do and how they play them as the day goes on. We do have one lefty on our pair. It looks like our mystery man is Bill Evans. He is now up on lane 7. So once again, if any of you guys have any questions for us or want to connect with us here in the booth, there is the chat room if you are watching on YouTube, or you can send us a message on Facebook or tweet at us on Twitter. So those of you out there who are watching the PBA show right now, you can see that in the top right part of your screen. So you can watch a little PBA, you can watch a little live bowling.
A little bit of everything here.
Yep. I can guarantee you the scores for the 10-game marathon are going to be extremely lower than the scores on that show.
So we think the winner comes out with like a 213, 214 average at the end of the day, or?
Well, it depends because when we bowled the King of the Hill, it was only 6 games, and then you kind of had a match play thing. So I think these are going to break down a little quicker with more people.
Right.
There's 10 games, so we're going to be here probably a good 4 or 5 hours today. Is John Breckel in the house? I haven't seen him.
That was going to be my guy to win.
Because he did win the King of the Hill, so.
And he's really coming into his own these past few years. He's been practicing a lot, and I mean, you can obviously see that his practice has been paying it off.
Right, and I don't see him. So I don't think he's bowling here. Oh yeah, he is. There he is.
So you can't miss him.
Yeah, he's down on 17 and 18 in a very bright orange shirt. So you'll see him about game 6 on our featured pair. So once again, you are watching the 10-game marathon here in Minot, North Dakota at North Hill Bowl. We are in game 1 of 10. We will be here all day. So if you have any questions regarding the pattern, I know it's a test pattern for the shootout here in 3 weeks. Just let us know. The good thing about NDBowlTV is I go to quite a few different bowling centers, quite a few different tournaments, and I always get to have a different personality with me each tournament. And I know we ask a lot of the same questions, but you do get a different perspective on those questions. And in Sioux Falls and in Alexandria, we really talked about the changes to the USBC Open with what they're doing next year in Vegas with the new division and not announcing the pattern. Like, what's your take on those?
I think it's a great idea. I think it definitely levels the playing field for everybody, being that some of us don't have the luxury of putting out these patterns and bowling on them, for however many amount of days. I mean, but it's, for me, I think it's something that should have been done a long time ago. But I mean, it's at least it's finally being done now.
Right. And kind of branching off on that, they've put the pattern out here for us here at North Hill Bowl, and I can tell you from experience, I have bowled on it several times here, and I get to either the National Bowling Stadium, Baton Rouge, El Paso, whatever it may be, and it plays nothing like it did here.
Right.
The temperature, the humidity in the place, how cold it is here compared to how warm it is there. I mean, everything is different. But the thing about that is, what's going to stop people from flying out to Reno, go bowl the Bowlers Journal tournament, and then come back, tell everyone, okay, this is what it does. Or, just holding your phone out and videotaping someone bowling, are they going to have people that are going to... Because somebody will know, and that's the only thing that bothers me. Somebody will know.
It only takes one person to ruin it for everybody else.
Right.
I mean, it's... there is going to be somebody out there that travels down there just for that one tournament to check it out. I mean, it's... There is always that one person.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. What's your take on the division changes?
That part I am unaware of. So you want to run that by me real quick? I'm not sure what.
What they decided to do is before next year in Vegas, like what's going to happen in Reno, is they have a classified division and then they have the regular division.
Okay.
And basically that's 189 average. And if you're above a 189 average, you're in the regular division, so it's scratch after a 189. And below that is classified, which it's still scratch, but only 189 and below average bowlers can go in it. Now in 2017 in Vegas, they're adding a new division for 190 to 209 is going to be the standard division, and above 209 is the regular division. So it's still going to be a scratch based basically for each division, but there's a third division instead of just the two.
Personally, I think that's kind of the wrong way to go at it. There's always that one person that tries to ruin it for everybody. Did we get that on camera?
We did, Jesse Josie.
2810. Canned it. Going back to the question, there's always going to be that person that's going to try and sandbag. I mean, it's no secret. There's people out there that do it.
Yep.
For me, I think just going back to the old way of just capping it at 189, and then just having, what is it, the open division after 189. I think that's the fair way to go about it. But I guess maybe that's a way for them to draw more entries. Is that kind of their perspective on it? I'm not 100% sure what their big plan is with that, but for me personally, I'm not really for it.
Well, and my perspective, because I've gone to the tournament the last 5 years, I'll be going my 6th year this year, and when you go to that tournament, there's essentially 50 teams that have a chance at winning. And then you take about 100 different guys that have a chance at winning singles and all events.
Right.
So out of 22,000 people at a given tournament, 80% of your bowlers fall between 190 and 210. They don't have a chance at winning.
No.
So I think you gotta tailor to the average Joe, so to speak, the vacation bowlers. To get more entries. It's going to hurt the prize fund for the regular division for the true scratch bowlers over 210. But then again, those people are there to win.
Right.
And that brings up another subject as well, what they changed this year. With the third division, they're actually going to award an eagle to the winner of all three divisions, where before it was just the person with the highest score.
Right.
And obviously that was always the regular division. To me, that kind of ruins the integrity of the eagle itself. You're going to get a year where the regular division and the standard division, your scores are going to be, the 190 to 210 average division is going to have a winning score higher than the 210 and above. It's going to happen eventually. So, in my mind, you should award the eagle to the highest score in every division. I don't care if it's regular or standard division. There should only be one eagle given away each year in each division. And if I went out there as a 188 average bowler, bowled in classified division, and became a dynasty, winning 5 all events Eagles in 5 years. Are you going to compare me to a Matt McNeil because I have 5 Eagles?
Absolutely not.
So that's the only part I don't like. I wish they would have kept the Eagle part to the highest score.
Right.
I don't care what division you're in. You scored the highest in that division. So, looking around at scores really quick, what do we have? Tad Schmidt on the front 5 to the pair to the left. So, otherwise, some scores are not very high.
I don't see a lot of string of strikes. I don't see more than 1 double, and that's even on our pair.
Looking down here, Jack Nelson started with a double, 9 spare strike. So I'm noticing the people that bowled the King of the Hill and have bowled on this pattern before are having a little more success. Once again, it's a 2.19 to 1 sport compliant oil pattern, 41 feet. 26 milliliter volume, so we're using the ice. Oh, it's a fire and ice. Tank A conditioner is ice. Tank B conditioner is fire. And, I'm not one to read well into these things, but I couldn't tell you what they're using for oil based on the sheet. When I bowled on this pattern in the King of the Hill, for me it was a case of, you really had to be on your spare game.
Right.
If you stayed away from opens and just got that 1 or 2 doubles a game that got you into the 210, 220 area, you were going to be up in the standings. But if you started missing spares, it's really hard to make up for those. So we'll see how things go for the bowlers today. And there is always that possibility as well. If the scores are a lot lower than the tournament manager, Jeff Craig, is comfortable with, we may see a different pattern in 3 weeks. So that is also an option. And hopefully, as soon as I know here at NDBowling.com, I will let everyone else know. See on PBA show right now on ESPN. What do we got? The Viper Championship going on right now?
Yes, we do.
Looks like Ryan Simonelli. And I think once we get going here and we get our first score sheet and we can kind of see the pace of play, we'll be able to let everyone know how things are going. And if you have a favorite bowler out there and you want to know how they're doing, just send us a message, tweet at us, go into the chat room on YouTube. We'll let you know how they're doing. Looks like we have probably like 50 people here today. It looks like every pair has 5 people on it, except maybe that last pair. So 49 bowlers today.
How many do we have left? Last year, 62?
We had some in the 60s, yeah. So we lost about 15 bowlers or so. But once again, when you get that close to the holidays, it gets kind of tough for people to work that into their schedule.
Yeah.
So next year, like we mentioned on the start of the show, I don't know how next year's schedule is going to work. I'm actually, from December 23rd to December 30th, I will be in St. Lucia next year. So if this tournament does fall within those dates, there's a chance you will not see NDBowlTV covering it. So Once we know the dates, hopefully it's outside of those 7 days, because I'll be on an island somewhere close to South America.
Yeah, and with those tournaments falling on Sundays or on holidays next year, I'm not quite sure what they're going to do.
Yeah, so those of you 10-game marathon subscribers, keep an eye on the schedule. I'll have to ask Jeff when we're done with the tournament today kind of what he plans on doing. Yeah, Christmas is on Sunday, and so is New Year's next year. And there you go, Mike Green. Frame of the week, 5-1. Took out the 6 off of that spare. And we were talking about it earlier when I was setting up. Mike Green, I think, averages a 260 on the featured pair, and then Rory made a joke that he averages about 130 on every other pair.
Right.
So he's kind of on pace
He's
for
on
that
pace
right
for
now.
it right now.
I will say this is a very tough pattern, but I do fully expect Mike Green to shoot like 260 when he comes to our featured pair in game 2. Pressure's on. And I would like to point out too, we do have Ryan Selk in our view here. And he's actually dressed like everyone else in the building, which is very rare.
It's actually kind of difficult to spot him now.
Yeah, you can usually find him pretty easily, but there are no Zubas today. So if he ends up winning the tournament or finishing towards the bottom, I think one way or the other, you're going to know why. And it could be a tire. I do spot one female bowling on 15-16. I don't know if we have any others.
Oh, there one more?
Might be.
Is that an open bowler or is that a...
Oh, there's 2. I see 2 females bowling. Once again, we are in a handicap event, which does, give the lower average bowlers a chance. We have a lot of locals out here bowling right now, so.
And I think at this point for a tournament like this, people are looking to sharpen up everything before.
Yep.
Because I mean, next month, we get into the heart of tourney season where we go up to the Manitoba Open, the CMA, and then the NDBowling.com Classic, all within 5 weeks?
Well, we did move the NDBowling.com Classic this year. It's actually March 5th and 6th on that one. So if you guys all want to go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. You will see our next few tournaments are going to be Winnipeg in 2 weeks, the first major of the season, and then we'll be right back here in Minot for the CMA Memorial Shootout the very next weekend. And then we got a little bit of a break. There's a Baker Doubles tournament in there before we go to the KFYR TV Bowling Classic, which last year they did mention having me sit in the booth with the Lee Timmerman. So maybe we'll see. You'll hear me on that show for all you West North Dakota residents. And then we might have a scratch tournament down there in Aberdeen in the middle of February. And then once again, it's the NDBowling.com Classic. We are moving that from the end of January to the beginning of March. So there's a tournament out there for anyone. Go ahead and go to NDBowling.com. Click on upcoming events. There's a tournament for you. I can guarantee it. I think I caught that one up on the mic there. Everyone cheering for Wade Scott to get the 5 out. Maybe. Ooh!
Catching everything this first game.
Picked up the washout the hard way. Oh, and Jesse Josie is unfortunately 50% on that spare. Let's see, if we look over to our left on our featured pair next, we're going to have Mike Green, Tad Schmidt, Ryan Selk, Jesse Josie, and Daren Helbling. So looks like we have, for the most part, scratch bowlers here. Daren Helbling is picking up a few sticks. Looks like Tad Schmidt has all strikes except
that blemish in the 6th frame.
Yeah, which I believe was a 3.6910, and he only got 3.
Yep.
And the way this pattern works, you know, there's a little bit of hang on the outside part of the lane. So if you leave a combination with the sleeper pin on the right side, it's gonna be hard to create angle to get that pin out when you're going cross lane. So something to watch for. Well, we do have Dwayne Edwards, Mike Harris in the house, Jeremiah Smith, Lance Tubner, the Van Persen clan is here. Eric Kempel, John Breckel, they'll be on our pair, says with Blake Wallstrom here in about 3 or 4 or 5 games. Once again, all 10 games will be here on NDBowlTV. We are in game 1. So if you have any questions, go into the chat room, send us a tweet, send us a message, and we'll try to answer those the best we can. Good question for you, and then off of all the tournaments I've been to, it's different everywhere you go. But what is your take on lane courtesy?
Well, when I first went into the adult program, graduated from the Junior Bowling Association and all that stuff. I guess my first few tournaments, I went to the 1 lane, just because in juniors we really didn't have 2-lane courtesy. I didn't really start doing the 2-lane until I started bowling the higher classic leagues, and then I adapted that into that probably about half a year into bowling the adult world. But I notice some people do it and some people don't. It's just one of those things where you kind of go at your own pace. Is
right.
Kind of how it goes. You know, you're not gonna make everybody happy doing it. But if I were to do it now, I'd probably do a 2-lane. But I see more and more people start to give just the 1 lane. You know, because when you have, you know, some people doing 2 lanes, some people doing 1 lane, you know, the tournament does drag on. You know, you've got 10-15 seconds here, 10-15 seconds there, and when you've got, X amount of bowlers across the entire house, you know, it does tend to slow things up.
And kind of branching off that a little bit, some of the higher end bowlers who have bowled PBA tournaments before, they have an alternate pair system that works, and it only works because everyone does it.
Right.
And the problem I have is in a tournament like this, a lot of tournaments mention, you know, we're only going to do 1 lane courtesy. They want to get the pace moving a little quicker. I know at the CMA, a lot more people want 2-lane courtesy there because it's, you know, it's a bigger event. It's a scratch tournament. You get people from all over, but I know people there as well do the PBA. Okay, if we're on 7 and 8, the guy on the right lane will go, and then the left guy won't go until a guy on each pair around him goes,
right?
Because then it's his turn. And as long as everyone does that, I think that's the uniform best way to do it. But getting everyone to do that is easier said than done. So.
And it looks like Tad might take high game one, 253.
I like that. He is a member of Team NDBowling.com, and quite a strike there by his kid Schmidt here on our line. Schmidt just went back door on lane 7. The Green Mamba, Lance Tubner's in the house. He is also a member of Team NDBowling.com. Good to see him up here bowling.
With all these majors coming up here, Daren, what are the points? Who's do we have like a point total for the tour?
Oh, we don't have a total, but
Who's hot, who's not type deal?
yeah, we can do that. Let's head to NDBowling.com. Let's look at the tour first. Our leader right now is John Breckel at 87 points, Eric Kempel at 85, Matt Smallin at 80, and then a little drop to Randy Peterson at 70, and Chris Charles rounds out the top 5 at 66. Barry Zimmerman, Blake Wallstrom, Mike Morris, myself, and Joel Galley are all in the top 10. The tour does basically determine our team of the year and player of the year each season. Seeing John Breckel up there is, I can't say it's very surprising. Through this point last year, he was also higher up in the standings. He works on his game a lot, and you can tell. He's gotten quite a bit better, more consistent in everything he's doing. Very good spare shooter as well. The thing about the majors, though, is they give so many more points. So
Right.
I guess the best way to explain the point system is, let's say a tournament has 100 entries. If I take first, I get 50 points. So, and then the points just kind of are fractions all the way down to the 40th position. Only the top 40 get points. So if there's 142 people at the shootout, you're going to get 71 points for winning it.
Right.
Now, at this point in the year, you could not have had any points up till now. You win the shootout, you're already in the top 5 for points. So the player of the year and the team of the year is won and lost at the majors, and I truly believe that because of the biggest fields we see.
And that's the way it should be. You know, there's obviously more competition. The competition there is such a step above the rest.
Absolutely.
You know, when we've got all these out-of-state people coming. I mean, the Dave Langers, the Matt McNeils, the Scott Poles. I mean, the list goes on and on. All the competition that comes from out of state is just a step above everybody else.
And branching on that, we do have our scratch rankings as well, which is a kind of a revolving ranking system. You get the points the same way. It's a different schedule, but you do not lose your points at that event until that event starts the next year. So Matt Smallin does have a commanding lead, but we also have to consider he did make the show in Winnipeg. He won the KFYR, and I believe he was close to the show in Minot, or in the top 10 or so. So he will be losing a lot of points, so I think things are going to tighten up unless he can kind of repeat those performances. He just kind of walked by our set and said that Matt Smallin himself had 201 the first game. And by looking around, aside from Tad Schmidt, I see maybe 3 or 4 200s, and they're not high 200 games either. So.
So here's the big question I have for you, Daren. What year is the year that Mike Schmidt finally comes to Minot and wins the CMA?
Oh, that's a good question. I think if you talk to Mike himself, that's a tournament that he is itching to take home the win. He's got an NDBowling.com Classic title. He's got 6 Manitoba Open titles, and I know he's already been in the Final 5 at the KFYR as well. So he's been to the stepladder finals of all 4 majors. And
He bowls really well in Minot every single year.
he does, but it's just the one that he just can't get the win in. Last year he was in the finals and Scott Endersby shot 300 against him.
Right.
So it's one of those things where Mike is with how much he's done in his career with the World Cup titles, the 7 majors, whatever. I think he gets everyone's best shot.
Yeah.
When people walk in the building, they say, okay, I want to beat Mike Schmidt, especially in Manitoba. If you can beat Mike Schmidt, you're probably going to be top 5. So, you know, is this the year? Looking at the pattern, I think he could be successful on this. Watching Tad Schmidt play he's got kind of the same ball speed as Mike Schmidt does, and as accurate as Mike is, I think he could find a lot of success on this. So let's look at zoom into our scores there following game 1 on our featured pair.
Nothing too impressive, though.
Hey, just in time, because there they go. So now I'll bring in a few new bowlers here. Looks like Jesse Josie will kick us off on lane 8. We are now in game 2 of 10. Looks like it took us about 25 minutes to a half an hour on that game, so the quick math is going to be close to a 5-hour day. Might get out of here by 5:30, 6 o'clock. And it looks like all the scores are working properly, they're moving, and the score that you see, let's zoom in really quick here. The score that you see on the far right is a carryover, so that is their total. You can see Tad Schmidt there on the bottom left with a 253. So
that should make everybody's lives a little bit easier.
Absolutely, and that'll help us towards the end of the day being able to look around and see who is where relative to all the scores. So, and here comes Mr. 260 average on the featured pair in his life, Mike Green. Wide shot there to start.
Yeah, there's his one miss.
Yep. He will likely sheet it now. You know, and I'm watching how people are throwing right now, and you can see this shot by Tad Schmidt. That shot never got right at 10. And it's going to be interesting to see how these are going to break down come 7, 8, 9, and where the righties are going to be. And will that affect the lefties? Because I think they're going to have to get pretty deep on the right side of the lane in order to make it work because of how far in everyone's playing to start. So something to watch for. Once again, if you guys are out there watching, please send us a message in the chat room. Let us know where you're logging in from. I know we have fans from all over. We have quite a few followers up in Canada. And we gave a ball away not that long ago on NDBowlTV. And we had quite a few entrants from all over the United States. So I know you guys are all out there. Let us know where you're from. We do have a message here from Dave Buchanan. He said the camera is out of focus. Actually, it's out of focus because we are running a 480 stream today. We actually are running on limited availability of bandwidth. And in order to make this camera work, we had to zoom in a little bit. And then it automatically focuses, I think, on like the ball rack, 'cause it's the closest thing. So it's the best we can do. I do apologize. At the CMA Memorial Shootout, I do believe they're going to have a kind of a boosted internet connection for us. So you can count on a better show there. I know they have some of the best internet connections up in Manitoba for us waiting. So I do look forward to going up to that bowling center again. It's one of my favorite tournaments to bowl. If you guys are out there looking for a good competition, I highly suggest going to the Winnipeg Manitoba Open because it's quite the tournament, it's well run, and the field is one of the strongest we bowl on every year. So And speaking of the Manitoba Open, we do have a Manitoba Open preview up on NDBowling.com. It's the most recent article we have up there. Kind of touches on some of the storylines going in, and that is also touching on Mike Schmidt's drive for 7 Manitoba Open titles, which is just out of the realm of anything I could ever do. So the fact that he's got 2 or 3, I think, is ridiculous, but no, he's got 6.
Well, he's got a few back-to-back ones.
Yes, he won back-to-back now twice, and it does touch in that article that he's trying to become the first bowler to win 3 in a row this year, so something to follow. As you can see on that last shot there by Jesse on the right lane, he got that a little wide and the ball just kind of hydroplaned at about 40 feet and never picked up on the lane, and he left the washout. And that's why a lot of the bowlers are starting to migrate left, and their break point has to be around 10. There's a rangefinder out there down lane here at North Hill Bowl, and if you're right around that far right rangefinder, usually you're going to be close to the pocket, and when you get outside of that, your ball's going to kind of hydroplane. Unless you have the correct speed and rev combination where you can play like straight up 5 board, but then you have a little more miss, or a little less miss room. So, well, Mike Green not living up to the billing here on our featured pair.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
He's still got a decent score left on the board. We'll see if he can turn it around. We do have one of our fans from Minnesota saying we should be at the Minnesota Masters doing a live stream. Well, you can call us up next year. We'll give you a free quote, and you never know. Maybe we can make that happen. I do hear that is a pretty exciting event. They do only allow Minnesota residents to win that spot.
I was going to say, isn't the CMA called the Minnesota Masters? As many,
yeah,
as many top 5 finalists we've had make the show, I'm pretty positive about 85% of them have been guys from Minnesota.
That Minnesota Masters tournament, they usually have a Minnesota Masters, Minneapolis Masters, St. Paul Masters, and the winner of each of those gets a paid entry to the USBC Masters tournament. And back when I lived in Fargo, you know, Matt Smolin and I wanted to go down and try one of those tournaments, but they made sure they told us, if you're a North Dakota resident, you cannot win the USBC Masters spot. So we never bothered to go down there, because why bowl the tournament
for obvious reasons
when you can't win the gold, you know? So it would be fun to have something like that up here in North Dakota as well. The way they do that tournament, there's a qualifying, and then they set it up the same way, like a match play type thing, like the actual Masters is. So it would be fun to have a tournament like that on NDBowlTV as well. So.
Now, what's the biggest tournament we have in North Dakota where it's just strictly for people from North Dakota?
Okay. So we just got a sheet from Rory Selk, and we're going to have insider information for you folks. He's going to give us a sheet after every game, but the bowlers will not. He said, I think it's after every couple games for them. So let's look at our standings here, and we only have 9 people that shot over 200. And one of those was 200 because of handicap pins. So really there's only 8 200s out of 49. And leading the way was Tad Schmidt, and he's got a 40-pin lead on the field right now, or a 30-pin lead with handicap there. at 253, and he's got a decent start to this game on our featured pair. He's up on our left lane now.
And you noticed Eric Kemple struggled at the last one, Darren. Who do you see up there at the very bottom?
He is at the very bottom of the page. So let's see what else we got here. Our top 10 are Tad Schmidt, Cal Carnell, Taylor Wallstrom. I did mention to you, didn't I, that he would do very well. Jack Nelson in 4th, our defending champion. Lion Schmidt, who is Tad Schmidt's kid. So 2 Schmidts in the top 5. Matt Smallin in 6th, tied with Dwayne Edwards. James Martinez in 8th, Mike Harris in 9th, and Ryan Selk in 10th. And Ryan had a 196, so top 10 is a 196.
The pattern definitely looks touchy, Darren. The outside of it, I mean, you can't play right up 5.
Right.
I mean, it's so flat on the outside that, you know, your ball has to be very consistent. I mean, shot after shot to play out there. And I'm not saying playing inside is any easier, but I think when you see more and more people start to migrate inward, they will open up a little bit. But even then, I don't think the scores are going to be. You know, I don't think they're going to exceed 279 or you know, and I don't think we'll see any huge games out here today.
Right, so that's how rare that 250 by Tad Schmidt was, and if he can get another 210, 220 up on the board and start shooting 2-0s, 190s the rest of the way, I think he's going to be in good shape.
That was such a key thing into the King of the Hill when this was out. You notice guys are, you know, happy they got off that pair with a 180 or a 170 because there were guys, you know, big names shooting these 130s, 140s, and 150s. And I mean, it doesn't, you know, shooting 180 really isn't the worst thing to do.
I agree. When I was bowling the King of the Hill, the problem was I never had that big game to keep me there. I think I shot 2-0s, 190s, 180s all day, and my minus just kind of added up. And you know, eventually I was just a little short. And speaking of short, Mike Green leaving a head pin. Sorry, Mike. I know you probably have your relatives watching again, and they're probably gonna be mad at me for making short jokes. But you know,
all in good fun, always.
Yeah, when you're the only on my featured pair once, you gotta have one. So, Mike Green at the ever-important head pin spare. And you know, looking at these scores right away, I know there's a lot of handicap bowlers out there. You know, Jeff did mention if the scores are a little lower than he wants, they may change the pattern up just a little bit. But we'll see how things go.
I'd have to say I disagree with that. I mean, we, you know, for people, or even guys like myself who don't bowl at all anymore, we enjoy seeing, you know, these you know, top-notch names struggle to shoot 200, 210. You know, it puts such an emphasis on, you know, shot making, you know, making your spares. It's the well-rounded bowlers who do everything well succeed on patterns like this.
And I agree. Even though I struggled a little bit and never had that big game to get me there at the King of the Hill, I enjoyed bowling on the pattern because
there's always something to take away from you know, even bad, terrible days.
And when you miss, you pay for it. That's the biggest thing in a pattern for me. When you miss, you pay for it. And I don't care how easy or hard the pattern is, the cream will always rise to the top. I'm a firm believer in that. And you saw it at the World Series of Bowling as well. Some of the patterns like Cheetah were really easy, but you still had the best bowlers throughout that week were the ones that bowled really well on that pattern as well. And I think that'll always happen in bowling. The cream will always rise to the top. So,
and actually, that's something I want to touch on real quick, Darren. You notice the World Series this year was held in Reno.
Correct.
And we saw quite a bit of lefties starting to make the cut now. Do you think that's something that the PBA did with the patterns? Is it something to do with that house, the National Bowling Stadium, or a combination of both? Or you just, I mean, what's kind of your take on that?
Well, I think it's a combination of both because the thing about the National Bowling Stadium is even dating back to I think the mid '90s when they had the first installment of the synthetic lanes, or when it was first opened.
Right.
The topography of that place made it as though like the lefties are bowling downhill, so to speak, and it's a lot easier to get a good ball motion that way. And you saw a lot of success out of lefties. And then they put in the second installment of those lanes in the middle of that whole situation, and that it kind of saw the same thing. And just recently they redid the lane beds once again back last year before the Women's Open, and you're starting to see a little bit of the same. But I had a talk with, I think, Matt McNeil up in Manitoba a couple years ago, and I overheard him talking to someone else while we were talking about why he didn't join the PBA at the time, and he was saying how the way the patterns were getting, the righties had to move so far in that it got to the point where it was shutting the lefties out.
Right.
So
as far as right-handers taking out the head oil on the left side?
And lofting gutter caps and everything else, so it makes it too squirrely for them to get a decent reaction. And you could see that in the standings of how lefties did kind of in the late 2000s, early 2010s in the PBA. But I think the PBA has made adjustments to that to help keep it a little more fair. And I think at the World Series, you saw
the result of that.
Right, it was maybe a little too much. And I know Jeff Riggles and all the media outlets out there had talks with Commissioner Tom Clark about that. And, I think it's something that he has to address. We'll have to see how the rest of the PBA season goes, and especially look at how the USBC Open goes in Reno to see, specific to the stadium. So. See here, Mike Green.
No, with
a balk.
There's a balk.
Looks like this is his tough lane. He's struck every time on 8, but hasn't struck yet on 7. So, Merry Christmas to you, Jeremy. He talking to us in the chat room. Good double there by Mike Green. Once again, if those of you who are watching our show today, please share the link on Facebook, Twitter, any social media outlet you can. It does help us. We do not have a big advertising media outlet aside from you, the fans. So anything you guys can do to share our show, that is greatly appreciated. Once again, I'm Daren Seney with NDBowling.com, joined by Marshall Howard. We'll be here throughout all 10 games of the 10-game marathon. They are bowling on a test pattern for the shootout, which is here in 3 weeks. It is a 2.19 to 1 ratio oil pattern, so it is sport compliant. And it looks like Ryan Sauk there with a good strike on 7. He actually drilled up one of those Storm 30th anniversary IQ remakes. So
right.
That's what he is throwing right now. Looks like it has a pretty good reaction there for him.
He had 190 after the first game, and we all saw by the scores of the first game, 190 isn't terrible.
Yep, and he's got a decent score up there, a couple of blemishes, but looks like he's got a chance to post a decent score here too and get to plus.
And Ryan Selk's another one of those bowlers who has really come into his own the past few years. I know he made the NDBowling.com major TV show last year, didn't he?
And I think if you ask Ryan, he's bowled less and less over the years because he recently moved out to Fargo, and his situation with his wife works a lot on the road, traveling, and so he's with the kids and everything. So he doesn't bowl probably as much as he used to or wants to, but he's still been successful in tournaments. And I think that goes to show once you get to a certain level, that doesn't really go away. And, Granted, going up to like a Manitoba or a CMA, you're going to have to put your time in to be successful there. But yeah, Ryan's been holding his own with minimal games, I guess. Get a shout out to Joe Fleming, who texting us here in the booth. Happy New Year to you as well, Joe, and hopefully we can get down to Sioux Falls again next year. That was a pretty good trip for us. Well, Mike Green might not be shooting 260 this game, but he's already got his game 1 score here in the 7th frame, so doing a little bit better. Looks like on our next game, on our featured pair, we've got Dwayne Edwards, Chris Charles, Brian Gehring, Cody Beastman, is that how you say that?
Beesman.
And then we have a fellow MH, Mike Harris.
Mike Harris.
And when those guys are on our featured pair, we'll talk a little bit about their games and what they have to offer. Well, this is my last week in fantasy football. I am playing for 3rd place in my league, so let's see how far I am behind. Oh, I'm only down 7, but I got, it's not me.
Anybody in your league who's out here bowling right now?
I don't think so. Yeah, Taylor is, but he's not really in it anymore, and Blake. Unless they're playing for the consolation title, I'm not sure.
Maybe.
But looks like I still got a shot. I've been riding Cam Newton throughout the year. He's lights out, so.
Not a bad guy to have on your team right now.
Looks like I might give him a run here. We'll see.
You guys get that? That's a Sanction 3 bagger for me.
You heard it here first on NDBowlTV. Brian Gehring with a Sanction 3 bagger.
Just to show you how tough the pattern is. Guys celebrating 3 baggers.
Absolutely. Come to league here on Tuesday night, and a 3 bagger might keep you in a pot for half a game. That all depends on how many lefties are bowling.
Right.
If the lefties are bowling, you need like 260 minimum to get a pot. So
I believe our 2nd place bowler, Daren, is Cal Carnell. Is he? I believe he might be that 2-hander.
Well, he bowls on Tuesday night, and he throws it a variety of ways, I should say. He's over here. He just bowled on, I think it's lane 12. He likes to rip on the ball, so to speak. I did hear Ketchum tell someone that he has more fun bowling when he cranks on it and covers a lot of surface, which for those of you more advanced bowlers out there, they're the people you don't want to follow. He's the kind of bowler where when he gets on, he's got it, and he can throw 2-handed. He can throw, obviously one-handed very hard. He can throw, and the thing about it is I watched him bowl at one of our demo days we had here a couple months back, and he took a brand new Storm lock and played straight up the boards, laid off a little bit of it with his hand, and struck like 5 or 6 in a row. And Matt Smallin asked me, he's like, dude, that's really good. Why don't you do that otherwise? And he's like, well, I have fun hooking the lane.
Well,
so that's what he
don't
does.
We all?
Yeah. I mean, it's fun to do, but
it's also fun to win tournaments and cash. And these tournaments, really whatever pattern you put out, you're not able to do that. I mean, there isn't a pattern out there that allows you to go from 39 out to 1 or 2, right out of the gate. It's
and we got a text from Kirby Weller reminding me that Cam Newton isn't doing as good today as he has been. I do appreciate the text there, Kirby, and you should probably text Chris Charles about the first guy to leave a 110 on NDBowlTV, because you seem to always want to point that out. You know, Cam Newton will give me enough that I need today, I think. He's got 76 pass yards, 21 rush yards, and a touchdown in the first
Jesse
half.
Josie
So
finishes 126.
after a $1.56 his first game. So that's not going to do so good for you. Chris Massey in our chat, that is Daren Helbling Bowling. You
Yes,
would
it
be
is.
correct. He is the top scorer, and he's got a 245 up on the board, I will mind you. So a 245 after a 151 first game.
Middle
so
of the pack.
yeah, he's getting close to even now, and I do believe he gets sticks as well. Daren Helbling does get 12 a game, so he's plus now, which will put him probably into the money. With 49, I think they're going to pay 12, 13,
Fair enough.
something like that. So 12 right now is Blake Wallstrom at 194. So 6 under was the cut through one game. Once again, we are getting insider information here. Nobody else knows those scores besides us.
Please don't advertise, guys.
Yeah, don't text your friends out there and let them know what we have. Once again, this pattern is pretty tough. It's one of those whether, depending on how you bowl, you either got to get them early or you got to get them late, and then the transition you just got to survive. If you like to hook the ball, it's one of those things where you survive early and then get them when they break down.
Yep.
If you're a more direct player, you got to get them early and then survive when, you know, there's a lot of friction out there off the burn. So
Make sure your spare ball fits.
absolutely, because you're going to need it. Tad Schmidt, that strike there got him into the 230s. So Tad could be jumping out to a quick plus 80 on the day, which is going to have him out in front by a lot.
By a lot.
Mike Harris on our pair to the left just went 232 after a 200 start, so he's plus 30.
Must be the new shoes.
Yeah, it must be. He did talk about when he was up here, the king of the hill, that he couldn't slide and his shins were bleeding. So there was no bleeding shins here today by Mike Harris, and that shin update has been brought to you by IDK Bar and Grill. We will see Mike here on our featured pair in game 2 or 3. And that is a 230 for our featured pair, our leader, I believe, Tad Schmidt. So he is
By
at
quite a bit.
83 over.
Oh,
so
he's got
pretty
that
good.
rev rate, and he's got the very slow ball speed and the soft hand to do it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he moves about the lanes as the games go on. We'll see him game 10 over on 3 and 4, so it'll be out of our camera range, but we'll be able to kind of
Keep
see where
everyone
he's
updated.
playing. Yeah.
Now Ryan coming back here after opens in late frames 3 and 4.
Yeah, clean up on aisle 8. I think he's still at 5 on the deck after that one. Once again, if you guys are watching, please send out the link, share it with everyone you know on social media. That helps us tremendously. It's our one method of advertising. And that strike there will put Ryan in the 240s. So after a 196 start, he'll be 40 over. And I would like to remind everyone you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. And NDBowlTV is sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. We would like to thank everyone at Ebonite for what they have done for us this year. My main contact, Sean Morris, has put his trust into NDBowling.com, and we do appreciate that. Along with Rob Gottschall, Mike Flanagan, and everyone else at Ebonite, we do thank you for that. And once again, you are watching live coverage of the 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot, North Dakota. In 2 weeks, we will be in Winnipeg, Manitoba for the Manitoba Open at Chateau Lanes. That'll be Sunday. I think it's the 10th, January 10th. Yes, Sunday the 10th, we will go live for the stepladder finals. Obviously, we don't know the exact time that will start, but follow us on Twitter at NDBowling for live updates as to when we'll get that started. And then the very next week, we'll be back here in Minot for the CMA Memorial Shootout, the second major of the year for the stepladder finals in that one as well. And once again, follow us on Twitter for updates as to when we will go live on those shows. Looks like we have 3 more shows left this year, and they're all stepladder final shows in majors. So some pretty exciting stuff. If you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube page. That helps us a lot. Once again, I'm Daren Seney with NDBowling.com, joined by Marshall Howard. The guy doesn't bowl, but he has a lot of knowledge of bowling. So if you have a question, please contact us through Messenger. Send us a tweet. If you have a question for Marshall or myself, let us know. We have 5 hours here to talk, so we have a lot of time to talk about topics. So now let's zoom into our scores here to see if we can. We got Mike Harris there up on the top left at the 32 over. Dwayne Edwards, 71 under. Chris Charles, 21 under. So it's a mixed bag of scores here on our featured pair now. What's also handy about our position here at North Hill Bowl is we're in kind of a little cove, and right behind us, when you go through a door to the right, is the bar. So
nice access.
Access to the bar. We'll get to see everyone as they go to the bar, out of the bar, everything like that. And we'll probably end up with a few here ourselves. So Chris Massey wants to know, Marshall, are you mad that Murphy signed with the Nationals?
Absolutely not. My take on the whole Daniel Murphy thing. Look, he got hot in the postseason, but he's a terrible defender. He does have a good bat on him, but we got Neil Walker, and I'm not really mad that Daniel Murphy left.
I believe you got him from my Pirates, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. That's what I don't like, because I think the Pirates are cleaning house so they can keep McCutcheon in a few years. Because it would be a shame to let that guy go, because he's a home-born Pittsburgh guy. So I think that's all they're doing there. And with a small market team, They got to do everything they can. So that is your Major League Baseball update, brought to you by NDBowlTV. Ooh, we even have chili in the bar today. That would probably be a bad idea for me, because I'll end up in the bathroom the rest of the day. So, all right, we're just now starting game 3 of 10. And once again, we're averaging about 25 minutes to a half an hour a game. So we'll be here till close to 5 o'clock or a little bit after. And I know as the day goes on, the bowlers will slow down a little bit once we get to games 9 and 10. Once they know where they're at, they're going to focus a little more on their shots. So I'm guessing the last 2 games will take a little longer. So it'll be about 5:30, 6 o'clock before we get out of here. But luckily for me, I live down the hill, so I don't have to really drive home. It's nice. I just have to kind of pack up my stuff, and I can
put it in neutral and kind of coast home, huh?
That's pretty much what it's like. Usually when I'm on the road tearing down the whole set and everything, it gets kind of careless because I want to get on the road and start going. But we don't have to do that today, so that's good. That camera shake was brought to you by Marshall Howard. Question for you, which I think we're going to get in our chat room eventually, is when are we going to see you on the lanes?
Oh, jeez.
You knew you couldn't dodge that question there, Marsh.
I think we had the same question last year, and I'm pretty positive I said I was going to bowl this year. I don't know, man. I think my time will come again, but I absolutely love. I love being a follower of everything. I don't. Yeah, I miss it, but I absolutely love being a spectator. I love being able to walk, from lane 1 all the way down to lane 40, check everybody else out, see what everybody else is doing, and it's just I love being a spectator.
That's understandable, which is why you're in the booth with us here today.
Right.
It's fun to watch the progression of tournaments and everything like that. And I know you're a competitor yourself. You play other sports. And, I think everyone out there who watched you bowl juniors in the first couple of years in adult leagues just kind of wonder, when's the guy going to come back? When's he going to bowl again?
Yeah, well, like I was saying, though, I think my time will come again. I'm just going to let it happen. I'm not going to force the issue. I do enjoy it, but I enjoy it. I miss it, but at the same time, I don't have to buy equipment every now and then. I can. I guess the way I kind of looked at it is, there came a point where I was bowling so much that it became a chore.
Right.
Where I'd get off work at 5:30, get here, as soon as possible, being that league starts between 6:30, depending on whatever league you're on, and it's just, for me, it became a chore, because once you get here, you're here till, 8:30, 9 o'clock. 9 times out of 10, you don't leave right away after league.
Right.
You go straight to the bar, have a few with the guys, and then, it's just, for me, it was just more time consuming, and it was becoming a chore for me. So me breaking my leg when I didn't help my case at all. So, for me, my decision right now is just going to be, it'll happen when it happens. I'm not going to force it. And I'm just going to enjoy, watching everybody, watching all my friends. I can still come up here and interact with everybody, and
yeah. And you can be on NDBowlTV.
Absolutely,
which is fun.
That's the best part.
So for those of you out there, because I know the question is asked often, that when is Marshall coming back? We're gonna send you all to this archive here on NDBowlTV, and you guys can hear his answer live here. Maybe I'll create like a short clip of that so you can play it for people when they ask. Once again, if you guys are out there watching, say hi to us in the chat room, send us a tweet, send us a message on Facebook. Let us know where you're tuning in from. It's good to know where our followers are at. And if you can, share the show on all of social media. That is greatly appreciated. Should be getting a Game 2 update here shortly from our friend Rory here. Can update you guys on the scores. Well, at least Brian is being conscious of the mic. There's a guy out there by the name of Clayton Moore. I don't know if you know him, but he's a guy who at the Sun Opta, he was very vocal.
As always.
When he was near the set, and I think many of our viewers caught most of his conversation throughout the day. I once had a local bowler come up to me and he says, you could have told me the mic was on. Well, I don't know what you expect. I don't turn it on and off throughout the show. It's on. We're live. There's a reason we're sitting behind a computer in the corner.
Yeah.
So if any of you are at a tournament where we are covering the event, just kind of be conscious that there is an open mic out there and people are watching. So, we are trying to run a show here the best we can. And
as cleanly as can.
Yeah, appropriate, I should say. Let's see on our upcoming events here. We are down here, the very last tournament we have of the 2015 calendar. And then we kick off some good ones. We got a Manitoba Open on 9 and 10 of January. CMA Memorial Shootout on the 16th and 17th of January. There's a scratch double elimination tournament at East Grand Lanes in East Grand Forks, Minnesota. For those of you, that is the former Liberty Lanes. And after that, the annual Baker Doubles tournament is that Sunday down at Midway Lanes in Mandan. The week after that is a KFY Memorial Shootout, KFYR Memorial TV Bowling Classic. Let's get that right there. That's our third major of the year on the 6th and 7th of February. The Hemi Bowl here in Minot on the 28th of February. And then the final major of the year, the NDBowling.com Classic, is in March. So head over to NDBowling.com, click on upcoming events, and find a tournament that's right for you. That's what it's there for. So Marshall, how was your Christmas?
Awesome, actually. Let's see here. I guess the most important thing was myself and the girlfriend, we got a dog over Christmas.
Very nice.
We got a half lab, half golden retriever mix, and she is at the moment tearing up every piece of furniture in our living room. So.
And you just got new furniture, didn't you?
New furniture, new everything. Just moved into our new house about a month ago.
Very nice.
And you know, when you buy a new house, you got to buy new furniture, of course. But yeah, she's in the process of tearing that house apart. So.
Yeah, that's one thing about younger dogs.
Yep.
They like to chew on things. They're wild. They like to do a lot of that stuff. So, but that's good. We had a good Christmas myself. Got to see a lot of family. Got to see a lot of people, which was really nice. Now that I'm married, we had gatherings here, there, and everywhere. So. And to all you watching, I hope you all had a Merry Christmas and hopefully a Happy New Year. Stay safe out there. Let's get a little zoom in on our scores here to see how people are doing. Brian Gehring there on the bottom right with the front four. Mike Harris just staying clean, which is what you got to do on this pattern. ND Bowling Hall of Famer Randy Peterson is in the house as well. Looks like we'll get to see him probably the last game. Yeah,
yep.
So he'll be on our featured pair, game 10. Let's see what Randy had. The first game he had 173, so knowing how he throws and everything, I think once a little more friction is created on the lane, you'll see his scores go up quite a bit.
Right.
Might have just jinxed him there. I just saw him miss a single pin, so. Looks like the Falcons are keeping up with the Panthers there, so.
Out to ruin the perfect season.
Yeah. Do a quick check on fantasy football. I'm still losing, which is kind of expected. But I still got 4 guys to go, and he'll have 3, so I still have a chance. Chris Massey asking, what's the pattern? You must have came into the show late there, guy. We are bowling on a 2.19 to 1 oil ratio pattern, so it is sport compliant. It's a 41-foot pattern. They're using 26 milliliters of oil for volume.
Yeah, there's no actual name for it. This is something that I think Jeff and the staff here put something together.
Yeah, with the help from Kegel, I think they put it all together. It's pretty flat in the middle, and then there is an out of bounds, as if you watch a little bit and the players do miss to the right, and it ain't coming back. You're leaving a washout. Hopefully you can get the right side out when you do miss. Early on, the common break point has been close to 10. What's that rule they say? Is it like you subtract 32 from the length of oil you got, and that should be your break point to start? And if that's the case, it would be 9. So
that's about right.
So that's about what I see out here as well. Got a shout out from Andrew Lacrosse, I believe. Thank you for tuning in. Once again, we are working with a limited internet connection here today. So we're running just slightly under high definition. So if you're slightly blurry on the score there, that would be why. I know for the shootout here in a couple weeks or 3 weeks, we will have a little bit better connection to provide you with an HD telecast, which will be nice. I believe next week up in Manitoba, we'll have an HD live stream as well. So,
is that next week already?
Oh, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yep, 2 weeks from yesterday will be the qualifying round up there, and our show will be on Sunday. Well, Brian Gehring here with a rare front 6 up on lane 8 now. So Tad Schmidt rolling right along on that pair to the right. He has a front 4 and now just left a 4-7, so steady as she goes there. And there you go, the NDBowlTV jinx.
There you go.
Sorry, Brian. Sometimes you just got to learn to leave it alone. If you haven't already, head on over to our Facebook page. Find us on Facebook, search NDBowling.com, and hit the like button on the page. It looks like we're approaching 1,200 likes, which is pretty good because last year we were about at 500. So
all that advertising helps. Everybody who shares and likes the page, I mean, all that help doesn't go unnoticed. Absolutely.
So go ahead and share our show with everyone on social media, and we do appreciate that. There's Charles. Looks like he's ripping on it. And I know he'll probably watch this later and be like, me rip on it.
Right.
But thank you, Eric Lund, in the chat room for pointing that out. Yes, the black cloud is me. But if I take my hat off, it's more like a white cloud.
Team Skinhead in the booth
yes,
today.
We are Team Skinhead in the booth. You know, maybe next year we could work out a booth cam going on for us here. Maybe that's a bad thing.
We're definitely not going for the sex appeal, that's for sure.
Hey, we have a nice backdrop here. If you guys want to see that, if you go to our Facebook page on search NDBowling.com, we did post a picture before we went live this morning of our set. So head on over there. You can see our awesome backdrop. It was provided by Brian Kraft, actually. So a shout out to him down in Bismarck, Mandan area. Well, I think we touched base on the fact that you do enjoy your Mets and baseball. What's your football team?
Denver.
You're a Denver Broncos guy.
Yep. We need a few wins. We need to win out. We needed to win versus against Pittsburgh last week, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, and I'm a Steeler fan, so everything Pittsburgh. I actually really enjoyed that game.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when Denver. They're a first half team, man. They can't finish a game.
Yeah, that is true. And I think with Pittsburgh, they can score whenever they want to, pretty much. Antonio Brown is not human.
No, he's on his own level right now.
I think I provided the black cloud there for Mike Harris, too. I think in the 5th frame, I said he was going clean. In the very next one, he misses a single.
Is it back on or no?
I think we're still going. called in on Wednesday. They said everything was fine, and then when they went it out on Thursday, which was Christmas Eve, come to find out they got connecting to the wireless. So I believe they cut the wireless, so everyone in the
Just stop it.
Well, it looks like we got a stream again. Once again, we keep cutting in and out here.
We're doing our best.
I believe we had this issue last year.
Same tournament.
Yep. So for those of you out there who have watched our shows before and see how well they're run, even the CMA Memorial Shootout last year, and we haven't had issues. This goes to show how tough it is to get the proper connection required for it. So we're doing what we can. We do appreciate you guys sticking with us, and we'll see what we can do here going forward. Well, as long as we have you, I'll let you know of our payout. They're paying 12 spots here today, and the winner will get $580. They do have a scratch option and high game pots being paid out as well. So,
How many spots for high game? 2?
2 spots there. And just so you know, when our stream does cut out, we are going to mute the mics because we got people talking and saying things to help get our stream back up that, no need to hear any of that. And if you haven't already, please just hit refresh on your player there, wherever you're watching, either on NDBowling.com or YouTube, and you'll kind of get as recent as you can on the stream there, and hopefully we don't encounter any more problems as we go. here a second, and hopefully our connection keeps going. We have a live monitor for our connection, and so we can see right away when it goes out before it gets to you guys, I guess. So. Every now and then we keep getting dropped out. All right, looks like we're still working here, so we will continue on. We're in game 4 of 10. And Eric Kempel did mention he does not like this pattern and does not want to bowl on it anymore. So if you don't see him at the shootout, that would be why. I think we'll still see him here whether he likes it or not.
He says that now he'll come here at the CMA and be lead qualifier. Mm-hmm. That's just how that works.
Been there, done that. I think he's probably going to call up the folks in Rapid City and ask them what they always put on the lanes for that tournament a few years ago. It was like a savings account for that guy. I think he won it every year. And that's a touchdown for Julio Jones. And I'm playing against the guy that got him. So that's about right.
All right, Daren, being that you're the active bowler here in the booth.
The only active bowler.
Yeah, the only one, I guess. What's the most popular ball that we see out there nowadays? I try my best to stay up to date with all the equipment.
Well, I see, over the last few weeks, bowling tournaments, I've seen a lot of the Storm Roto stuff, the new stuff they have out, the lock, I think it's a Menace, Haywire, stuff like that I've seen a lot of. There's usually a mixed bag of stuff out there. There's a lot of Motive stuff being thrown these days.
Yeah, Motive is starting to make a name for themselves.
They are. Gary Faulkner Jr. just won the PBA World Championship throwing Motive, so I'm one of the few who are throwing Ebonite stuff, but over the last few tournaments, people have watched the things that I've been throwing, and I know they've been quite interested in their equipment. So I think we'll be seeing more of that in the coming weeks.
I think not having the PBA on a national telecast every week has kind of probably hurt the ball manufacturing company business a little bit.
I agree.
Not having those guys, the quote-unquote pros on TV every Sunday throwing their equipment, I think that's kind of hurt their market a little bit. I think, the market for putting your name out there is to get more, I wouldn't call them amateur bowlers, but the guys who don't bowl the pro events is, just to kind of keep an eye on what they're throwing instead of the pros being that, they're not on TV anymore.
I agree. I know back when they actually had the tour on Sunday live every week,
right.
Watching what those guys throw really influenced a lot of the bowlers on what they bought. So now these days when you have tape delayed tournaments, you're seeing equipment thrown that has been out for a couple months already instead of, their release date's not for another month or so.
Right.
Let's see, what kind of equipment are we seeing out here? If we can catch a few
what's
like
Tad throwing? He's leading the tournament right now.
I want to say he was throwing a lock when he was on our featured pair. He's got a Crux and a Crux Pearl. He throwing a bunch of Storm equipment. He was throwing all that at state team for NDBowling.com a couple weeks ago. So we'll keep an eye on that once more bowlers get onto our featured pair here. Looks like our connection is, well, holding its own right now. So those of you that just want to refresh your player, get about as live as you can get. We'll continue our show here today. Might have to order some food to bring into the booth here.
Yeah, I got mine coming here in about 5 minutes. But
nice. What'd you order?
Mozzarella sticks.
It's a good choice. Good choice. And speaking of those mozzarella sticks, they've just arrived in the booth for you. Let's see here. I don't know if I'm doing okay, but Julio Jones is kind of killing me in my fantasy team here. Still got some guys to go though, so anything can happen.
So we are paying out top 12 spots, correct?
Yes, and we did get scores after 2. We were during the middle of our cut down there with the internet connection, so we'll try to kind of catch you up. Tad Schmidt still leading with a 483 after 2. We are in the middle of game 4, so we should get another update soon. Tad Schmidt leading at 483, Ryan Selkin second at 442, Mike Harris at 432, James Martinez at 427, Daren Helbling at 420, Lion Schmidt at 416, Blake Wallstrom at 415, Cal Carnell at 402, Ron Zutz at 401, Derek Smith, he's at 400, right at even. And I am quoting handicap scores as well. So Brad Peterson in 11th at 392, and the cut for the money is Brian Gehring with a 392, and he did have a good game that game 3, so he'll jump a little higher there as well. So
yeah, I'm gonna go and take a guess here, Darren. I think with the cut for the 12th spot here, I'm gonna put it like at about minus 25.
You think so?
Yeah.
For the whole day? Or
for the whole day. That's my bet.
I think it's gonna go a little lower because what happened at the King of the Hill is the cut stayed around like 20 to 30 under, and then the last game it went to 70 under in one game. Because when the right side starts to burn, we got to the point where we were almost lofting gutter caps.
Right.
And so it's going to get, I think, progressively drier here today. So
I guess with more people being out here,
and more games.
Yeah, right. We're not dropping anybody after 6 games. It's going to be 10 games, 5 people on a pair. It's going to break down quite a bit more than what it did.
Absolutely. So we'll see. I think it's going to be closer to 50 under for the cash. You know, it also depends on handicap as well. At King of the Hill, the handicap bowlers had an advantage because I think the
huge
pattern
advantage.
the pattern hurt the scratch bowler scores.
Well, you weren't able to put up 240, 250 on command.
The pattern dictates your scores a little more as a scratch bowler than as a handicap bowler. You take more of the patterns variables out of equations, so it's easier for them to shoot their 180, 190 average than it is for, let's say, a league bowler to hold up their 220 average.
Right.
And I think the same thing's going to happen here today. I know we have 4 scratch bowlers leading so far, but I think as the day goes on, you're going to see their scores fall just a little bit, depending on, you know, how they're throwing and what their game tailors to on the lanes, whether they're going to get them early or late. But we'll see how it goes. And we got word from the folks here at North Hill Bowl. They said that the wireless internet was on for the bowling center, so people who connected with their cell phones, and a lot of people in the bar do so for, you know, fantasy football purposes and whatnot. They got cut off for the sake of NDBowling.com, so we do appreciate what North Hill Bowl is doing. I think they got caught on the bad end of the stick here because they were told by the internet service provider that everything was good to go for our show here on Sunday, and then when they tested it on Christmas Eve, come to find out it was less than what they expected, and since it was a holiday, the service provider wasn't open. So we're doing what we can, and we do appreciate what North Hill Bowl is doing to kind of help us keep this show going. And I think I can almost assure that our show in 3 weeks here at the CMA Memorial Shootout will be much better for the connection standpoint. Yep. So once again, if we do get cut off again, just kind of wait a few minutes, refresh your player, and we'll be back up and running as quick as we can. We did get a couple messages in our Facebook page. Steve Foss, he said he's missing the bowling and the guys in North Dakota. Barry Zimmerman is not bowling today. I do believe he will be bowling. He might be bowling up in Manitoba, and I'm almost positive he'll bowl the shootout here in a few weeks. So you'll have to keep an eye on our page for standings for those and see if you can find Barry. Shout out to Kevin Gebhardt as well. He sent us a message wanting to know what some of the people are throwing on our featured pair. And we could do that as long as we can see. We're a little ways back, and we're kind of blocked by all the equipment, but we'll do what we can. Okay, we got another scoring update from Rory here. Tad Schmidt still leading at a 704, and that's a scratch total. Brian Gehring with a 252 there on our featured pair the last game. He jumped up to second with 639. Daren Helbling is at 623 in third. James Martinez at 605 in fourth. Matt Smallin is in fifth with a 604.
He must have shot a big game that game 3.
Yeah, he had 225. Mike Harris is at 603. Chris Charles at 602. Ryan Selk is the final guy that is plus right now, even with handicap pins at 600. Mark Patterson at 3 under is in ninth. Kesad Schmidt is another Tad Schmidt son. He is at 591 minus 9. Derek Smith at 588. And our cut to the cash right now is Ron Zutz at 14 under. So 14 under is our cash line through 3 games. We are in the middle of game 4. Well, I think it's going to be my turn to jump out of the booth quick and go order some food. So
Absolutely, go right ahead, bud.
I'm going to turn it over to Marshall, and I'll be right back.
If there are any questions from anybody, feel free to log into the YouTube chat room. Feel free to drop us a question. A question from myself or Daren. We'd be happy to answer it for you. Again, we are at the 10-game marathon in Minot up at North Hill Bowl. We are paying out the top 12 spots, and we do have the scratch option as this is a handicap tournament. Also, we are paying out the high game for the 2 high games. First high game will get $35, and the second game will get $20. And real quick here, I'll run through the top 12 people here after 3 games. Just go in numerical order here. I have Tad Schmidt leading with 704 after 3. We have Brian Gehring, Daren Helbling, James Martinez, Matt Smallin in 5th. Mike Harris, Chris Charles, Ryan Selk, Mark Peterson, Kazad Schmidt, Derek Smith, and Ron Zutz running at the top 12. And Ron Zutz is your cut right now for the cash spot. And he is at minus 14. So scores are not too high right now. As we were talking about earlier, this pattern definitely emphasizes shot making. Spare game must be sharp. And taking advantage of Brooklyn strikes and all that, that definitely plays huge into a pattern like this. And we are here on a feature pair. We're looking at finishing up game 4 here. And next up, coming on the featured pair, let's see who we have here. We have Mark Peterson, who is in the top 12 right now. The other, we have Matt Hart. And 2 other guys, I'm not sure who they are.
And I'm back. Nice little walk around the bowling center.
Yeah, one thing that's definitely nice about the setup we have here, Daren, is the fact that we're not in anybody's way when we're kind of away from the traffic. Like kind of how we were saying earlier, we're kind of in this in this hole back here where we're not in anybody's way. You know, we got our carts behind us for, you know, the setup here, and we're not in anybody's way, which is really nice.
Yeah, and head on over to our Facebook page. You can see the setup we have going on today. And when you're over on Facebook, make sure you hit the like button. It's greatly appreciated. The more you guys do, the better it is for us. Looks like our connection is still going strong, as good as it can be, I guess. Okay, we'll take a minute here and zoom in on our scores for our featured pair to see how everyone's doing. Looks like Brad Peterson has a shot at a 200 here, which will help him. You know, it's pretty nice. When I went and ordered food, they kind of took my order and they didn't even ask where I was. I think they knew
They know.
They know who we are. Yeah, we're the TV
Celebrity
crew.
status.
Ooh. Well, we have the ever-famous Blake Wallstrom heading over to our featured pair here in a couple games. He'll be on the pair to the left the next game.
No, he's in our top 5 right now, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Thought he was.
Well, I guess not anymore. He had a 170 in game 3. And it looked like, what does he have here? He has a 190 on the board.
Yep.
He strikes 193, which on this is pretty good. So if you can get 190s, you're okay. But like I said before, you gotta make sure you get those big games too. Mark Brown asked if Blake Wallstrom's in the top 5. You probably just heard what we said, but he had that 170 in game 3. He was in the top 5 until that game, and he's got a 193 on the board game 4. So he'll be in our top 15 or so. Taylor Wallstrom went 218, 127, 221. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that there was a bad pair down there on the high end. But we'll see. Looks like Taylor will be...
He should be here the same time Blake is, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
He's on the same pair as his brother.
Okay. Yeah, though, what did he shoot that game? He must not be, because he's not on that score. I think he's on 1 and 2. And I see a 160. Okay. So that'll hurt him there, but he'll be on the pair behind his brother then. I went with the chicken strips and O-rings here at the lovely Bowling Alley Cafe.
Not a bad choice.
All right, well, we have a minute here while everyone's moving around. I just want to remind you all that you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. We will be around for the duration of the event, barring any connectivity issues. And NDBowlTV is sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. and you're watching coverage of the 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. If you have any questions for any of us in the booth, you can reach us through Facebook, Twitter, or the chat room. And that ball drop was courtesy of Eric Kempel. You heard that on. He is not happy despite shooting 221. Yes, and I hope Jeremiah Smith's wife is watching out there. Is she here right now?
Yeah, she's here.
Oh, okay. Well, if any of you down in Bismarck, Mandan, are watching and know Jeremiah Smith, get the guy a haircut. Like, good lordy.
Chewbacca.
Yeah. He comes over and says, yeah, I would bowl my best game on NDBowlTV. Yeah, you would. And then he asked me, how's my hair? And I said, it looks terrible. Get a haircut. I think he's going for the Keith Urban look, and I don't know if it's really working for him. But to all their own, you and I are team skinheads, so
Absolutely.
we don't have any hair. So, you know, there is a point of envy there.
I guess when you're going for the Keith Urban look, maybe you should work on the face. And
Yeah. Full-on beard doesn't go well with it either. You know, people make fun of us for not having hair. I can make fun of people for having long hair. So
Absolutely.
So Jeremiah Smith, you'll watch this someday down the road. Get a haircut. And Mark Brown says, Blake Wallstrom, you have a horrible shirt. Yeah, he's wearing a Storm shirt.
Jeff Carter.
I don't think he even throws Storm equipment. So
No, he doesn't.
he throws the Radical line, I believe.
Yes, he does.
Which is why Mark Brown would think that's a terrible shirt. So good to see you logging in there, Mark.
Downtown Mark Brown.
Downtown Mark Brown is right.
No.
I looked down on lane 1 and 2, just saw Matt Smalling go Brooklyn trip 6. So you can tell he's lined up for the day. Looks like we gotta wait for the scores to pop up here on our featured pair. Did you go over who's coming on to our pair here?
I did. I did know two guys. Mark Peterson and Matt Hart were the two I knew.
Okay.
And the other two, one was one of the females competing, I believe. And the other one was, I am not familiar with.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. This is the one pair that has 4 bowlers on it. The rest have 5, so I'm sure this one will get done a little quicker than most.
And you'll see Blake in the pair to the left.
And yeah, once again, Mark, I do apologize with the connectivity issues. Just hit refresh on your player and you'll get as recent of the stream as you will be able to get. And we're doing what we can here. I can assure you the connection issues for the CMA will be resolved by then.
No, it can't be having any mishaps. We saw what happened last year. Nobody wants to miss that kind of action.
Oh yeah, that was one of our best shows of the year last year here in Minot. We had a 300 and 800 on the live stream, and then probably one of the best finishes in a major we've seen in a while. So,
Endersby put on quite the show last year.
all right, we're just throwing down the adult beverages here. And no, I am not on my third one. They gave me a cup that was tipping, so they put a new cup on the bottom of it. And we'll get to see Eric Kempel on our featured pair next. You can kind of see him there on the left-hand side of your screen. And I really don't know what you're going to get from him. He's obviously not very happy.
But he had 220 last game, so maybe he's found something, and that first shot he threw was just probably a bad shot.
And now I'm wondering, because at the bottom of the screens you see like 5 of 10. On their pair it says 6 of 10.
They a game ahead?
I don't think so, because there'd be a bunch of people standing here waiting.
Right.
So I'm hoping that doesn't screw with the scores come game 10. It's going to shut off on that pair. So I don't, like the pair to our left, it usually says 4 of 10. Every pair now either says 4 or 5 of 10 because some are finishing
6.
up. And that pair to our left, it says 6 of 10. So
See if I can get Rory's attention and see what's going on here.
we'll ask Rory Selk here quick.
They're a game ahead of everybody for some reason.
Is that going to affect anything?
It's going to affect, I hope, only game 10. If I put one score in my hand, I would be fine with that. If it fucks up, I'll get hammered.
So Rory did confirm with us that game 10, their scores might shut off on that pair, and then they're just going to have to
Put everything in my hand.
enter that one score. They'll just restart that lane, they'll bowl the game, and then they'll enter them into the system. So I'm not sure how that happens. I guess that's a question for Brunswick scoring. I think that's what they got here. Dave Buchanan does agree Jeremiah Smith needs a haircut, and he is a nice kid. I'll agree with you there. Jeremiah's a good guy. But he needs a haircut very badly. If someone out there is looking for a Christmas gift for Jeremiah, go to your local hairstylist.
It's never too late.
It's never too late.
Never too late.
Or maybe you can give him a gift for a New Year's resolution to cut his hair. We'll see. I'll probably see him up in Winnipeg in a couple weeks, and we'll see if anything's changed. Matt Hart in the house, fellow skinhead.
Yes. Love the haircut, Matt. Love it.
Yes. The Mr. Clean look looks good on all of us. I guess I don't have the Mr. Clean going on yet, but I'm pretty close. Once again, if your player freezes up there, do apologize. Just hit the refresh button. We'll likely be back on as quick as we can. And if any of you out there are on Twitter and follow ND Bowling, send us a tweet. If it's appropriate and in good standing, we'll put it up on our screen, give you a shout out. So go ahead and send us a tweet, and we'll try to do that. It's something we haven't done yet here on NDBowlTV, so I'm eager to
tweets and
I'm eager to have someone out there helping us.
somebody send us something so just so we can put it up there.
And I do quickly want to point out the connection issues are due to a little bit of a misunderstanding between the service provider and everyone here at NDBowlTV, North Hill Bowl. Everyone, even including SRT, thought we were set up for everything we had going on at the shootout last year, which turned out really well. And turns out some things weren't done the way they were last year. So once they discovered the misunderstanding, it was kind of too late as they were not open. So we're dealing with what we have, and we do apologize for that, but I can assure you in 3 weeks that the connection will be about as good as it can get for NDBowlTV. So we look forward to that. Keep us on your schedule. North Hill Bowl has done everything they can to kind of help us get what we can out of the internet connection. They cut off the wireless to everyone in the building, so to all you Verizon customers out there, they're using their data, and Verizon probably is enjoying that. More money to them. And if you haven't already, head over to NDBowling.com and read our latest blog post, which is a preview of the season's first major, the Manitoba Open, one of my favorite tournaments every year. A great field, a well-run tournament, a great bowling center, and we have quite a few fans up in Canada, quite a few NDBowlTV fans, so you'll want to check into that show. It's always a fun one. You know, you got your food right away. I've been here.
I did.
My food should be here soon. Once again, we're in game 5 of 10, so we're about halfway. We should be done with this game close to 3 o'clock, so
Did we get a score update after 4 or no?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet, because these ones over here just kind of finished game 4, so you know, many of you that have bowled tournaments before know that one part of the house may be a little quicker than the other, and it seems like if you go towards the high end of the house now, they're just starting game 5, and here on these 1 through 8 pairs, they're about middle of game 5, so. So Marshall, back in your bowling days, what kind of equipment did you like to throw? Did you have certain drillings you really liked, or what worked for you?
Well, when I first started, I had a rotation that caused me to kind of track and flare over my thumb hole. So the only kind of equipment I was able to throw was pin up.
And a guy that has that problem as well is Matt Hart. He's about to bowl here on lane 7. He does track over the thumb hole.
He might have it a little bit worse than I did, but it took me a solid, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 years to kind of get that straightened out. It's, you know, I didn't have the luxury of throwing stuff that was pinned down. The only layout I could use was pinned above the bridge anywhere, really. But in those days, I was throwing a lot of Zach Wilhelmy hand-me-downs.
Yeah, I do remember that.
For a few personal, my favorites were I had a Storm Pyro, I had the Columbia Flipside Wired, and the original Brunswick Inferno. I would have to say were probably my top 3 favorites of all time. I really haven't bowled since I think we said last time it was 2012.
Wow.
So actually during the move, like I said, I just moved into my house last month. The stuff I found in storage were I have a Radical Inferno. I have the original Ebonite Mission. I have a couple High Roads. And I'm trying to think of what else I have. It's definitely a bunch of stuff that hasn't been used in a while, but nonetheless, it's still there and I still have it.
We have a quick shout out from Sheila Martinez. She's watching NDBowling.com from Raton, New Mexico. I actually drove through there on my way to El Paso last year. And she is going for James Martinez. I'm guessing there's a relation there. And yeah, James is in our field. Where is he?
I know he's wearing a gray shirt. Yeah, I think he's on, is that 19 and 20 down there?
Yeah, on our end pair.
17, 18?
Yeah, he's on 17, 18 now, so he's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He'll be on our feature pair the last game. Yep, the game 10. So Sheila, if you're watching, James will be on our featured pair game 10.
That'll be about 3 hours from now.
Yeah, our very last game. So make sure you keep tuning in. You'll be able to see him. And I finally got my food. Chicken strips are pretty hot. And my heart there almost converted the 4 split. In Minnesota, they call that the full sody. Taylor Wallstrom, my pick for the day, is struggling a little bit over on 3 and 4.
I believe I said at the beginning of the telecast that John Breckel was my pick. I don't think he's doing so hot today either.
Yeah, the kiss of death here at NDBowlTV has happened once again. So, if any of you make the broadcast at the CMA Shootout or Winnipeg or at the NDBowling.com Classic,
We'll just keep our mouths shut.
yeah, I think it's better that way. Yeah, we thought Mike Green would do good on our featured pair too, and he kind of
Not
struggled.
so good.
Mike Green actually shot 300 not that long ago in league, so positive shout out to him. Not always a short joke. And I think we might, for those of you who are looking for some drama, keep an eye on our next game. Eric Kempel will be on our featured pair, and I don't think he's a very happy guy right now.
Was he 663 after, is that 5 games?
4, because
games.
that's the one that's
Oh,
wrong,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And after the 3-game scoring update, he was in last place, if anyone was wondering. So he is not very happy right now. You might hear a ball drop or two on our featured pair. So stay tuned. And to be clear, I do think Eric Kempel's a good guy. He's a great guy. I enjoy bowling with him, talking to him, but he struggled at the King of the Hill. I just don't think this pattern.
Taylor's to his game.
Right, and I don't know if he's trying to fight a bad ball reaction. I can't really, I haven't watched him enough here today. We'll keep an eye on him the rest of this game and kind of what he does on 7 and 8, just maybe figure out what the issue is. Because normally you get this guy on a tougher pattern and he's usually towards the top. So I've seen him go through a lot of his equipment. So maybe he's trying to bowl through a bad ball reaction. I don't know, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, he and John Breckel are a little out of their element today. And to remind you, those of you who didn't catch the King of the Hill standings, John Breckel did win that tournament on this very pattern. And here today, he's struggling a little bit. So that just shows you the way bowling is.
Did he lead qualifying that day too?
Mm-hmm. Throwing the same ball and everything, and that just goes to show too how you get a different field, because there's quite a few different bowlers here today than were at the King of the Hill. I'm not bowling, and I bowled on the King of the Hill. It does affect the way the shot breaks down. And, John, maybe who he was following at the King of the Hill really opened up his line of attack. And
right. There's so many different elements that come into play when, earlier today we had that discussion of, USBC, letting the patterns out to the public, letting them know what's going to be out. If you want, you can put that pattern out, so many times, and you're never ever going to get the same result. It's never going to break down the same. You're going to be throwing different equipment. It all has to do what temperature, humidity, who you're following, what they're throwing. There's so many different elements that come into play when it comes to breaking down a pattern. Especially the more the ones that are more difficult. You're never ever going to get the same read on a lane as you would in a tournament.
And I do agree with that. And granted, at the USBC Open, you don't move lanes, you don't follow anyone. But at a tournament like this, it is important who you follow. And branching out on that, when you go to Winnipeg, they have a few different rules up there that we're not used to in the States. In Winnipeg, you can alter the surface of a bowling ball between each game. And a lot of people up there, if they don't have the reaction, you see a lot of
take out the sandpaper and
Abralon pads, and it just I think it messes with my allergies a little bit. How many people are just constantly sanding their stuff up there, and it really affects if you follow people that do that, areas of the lane are going to burn out a little quicker because all they're doing is looking for friction, and that's understandable. So it's something you got to watch who you follow. A lot of things change a lot of parts of the game, so that's the beauty of bowling too. There's so many variables that you can't see. It's physics and it's a guessing game, so that's what I love about bowling. It's a sport you can't perfect. You can't be absolutely perfect at it. And it looks like we have a Game 4 update. I'll pass it over to Marshall. He can read you through our cut line there.
All right, what we have here, I will start numerically at the top here. I'll go through the top 12. We have Tad Schmidt. Had 223 Game 4. He is at plus 127. Brian Gehring with 204 Game 4. He is at plus 43. Ryan Selk. He's at plus 4. Huge drop off there between second and third. In fourth place is Ted Schmidt's son. I believe it's Kassad. He is at minus 3. And in fifth place is Daren Helbling at 746. And let's see here. That 746 was scratch, and he has handicap. So his total is at 794. Derek Smith is at 793. In seventh place, we have Mark Peterson at 792. For James Martinez, he is in eighth place with 788. Brad Peterson is in ninth with 783. Wayne Hellebust is your 10 spot. He is. It looks like he is tied with Blake at 10th with 778. Then Mike Harris is your 12th spot at 770. And then followed there is a close race here at the cut with Chris Charles and Matt Smallin. Matt Smallin is at 760. So our cut right now was Mike Harris at 772.
So through 4, we were 28 under for the cash line, and I think that'll keep going down.
Yep.
Because it's really hard to put doubles together and to keep putting up decent scores. So we do have a question here from Robert. He is asking if there are any two-handers out here. I know Cal can throw two-handed, but I haven't seen anyone yet.
Naturally, I don't think he's two-handed. He does it because he can. Other than that, no, I believe everybody is. I guess what do we call it nowadays? Standard?
Conventional, yeah.
Conventional.
The one-handers.
Right. But no, we don't have any two-handers in the field. You're either right-handed or left-handed.
I know next week up in Winnipeg we'll have a couple two-handers up there.
Well,
I think Zach Wilkins, he's one. He made the show up in Winnipeg. So for those of you two-handed fans, we almost had a big 4 conversion there on lane 8 by one of our female bowlers. And I think that'll do it for our coverage here in our featured pair. They just wrapped up. They only have 4 on the lane. Let's see the scores there. Once again, everyone kind of struggling. The far right score is with handicap, and then the score above that is the total for their day. And the scores do move with them, so as the days goes on, we'll be able to fill everyone in on how people are doing, because we'll be able to see their total scores. You know what I like about this too? There's like a back here. Like I can lean back on my stool because there's nobody behind us. There's a wall.
Relax a little bit.
Right. At the other tournaments we've been at this year, we've been like right in the middle of the action, right by the bowlers, and then ahead of all the patrons walking around.
Right.
And you're on a stool and you're sitting there for 6 hours. It's kind of hard to keep your back in check and have everyone avoid stepping over cords and this and that. So it's pretty good here. We have a little bit of downtime. If any of you guys have any questions for either Marshall or myself, send us a message on Facebook or in the chat log here. Let us know. We'll try to answer the questions the best we can. Somebody out there has to be on Twitter. I'm eager to use the live Twitter feed. We'll post your tweet live on the air. So,
because one guy we haven't really heard from today, who isn't even bowling, is Mr. Thomas Wolf himself.
Yeah, where are you at, Thomas?
He's usually pretty vocal with comments or what have you.
A little shout out there to Kirby Weller, who just had his first daughter, and they're watching NDBowlTV at home. Yeah, he was in the booth with us at the NDBowling.com kickoff classic back in October. So congratulations to him. Having a kid is always a great experience for anyone. Eric Kempel with a 6-bagger to finish, a 191.
Ball change 6-bagger.
So we might be seeing some fireworks here for Eric Kempel coming over to our featured pair now with Blake Wallstrom, the city's average leader. Man, what a good day. What a good way to spend a Sunday after the holidays.
Right. Food, beer, and NDBowlTV.
Food, beer, sports. It almost sounds like we're at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Right. Oh, we had quite the weather change on the past week.
We have.
Was it 25, 30 degrees last week? And
yeah.
Christmas came around and I know on my way here it said -4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it took quite a while for Minot to get any kind of winter weather.
Right.
And we were blessed with some pretty nice weather all the way up until, I would say, about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we had a wind chill advisory this morning. So Sheila, you down in New Mexico, I know they have a big storm coming through the area of Texas down there, getting a ton of snow. I don't know if you're in that, so you know what it's like, but it's crazy to think that down in New Mexico they could have as much blizzard stuff as we do, but
right.
it happens. So. We have Matt Smallin
in the booth.
Jumping into the booth, welcoming himself here. Got some player movement going on here as we're going into game 6.
Tell Eric Lund he'd be killing this.
Matt Smallin says, Eric Lund, you would kill this. So if you're planning on bowling the CMA.
He should anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Get up here.
Eric Lund refers to me as Minot. when he bowled. He was at NDSU for a while, and when I was down there, I was probably the only guy from Minot in the tri-state area at the time. So that's what he called me. And I kind of stuck on, so. Gerald Borho in the house, coming on to our featured pair.
After shooting 225.
Yeah, not bad. Mark Brown says, Smalls, where are you at? Well, he's going to be on 3 and 4 this game. He'll be on our featured pair in a couple games here.
You can fight over who gets what.
Are the Panthers going to lose?
They might.
Oh, the victory formation is out there. The Panthers have lost their first game of the year.
And honestly, that's probably the best thing that could happen to them. Trying to carry on that undefeated season all the way up to the Super Bowl. We saw what happened to the Patriots that year. What year was that, 09?
Yeah.
Yeah, when Eli Manning and the Giants came in and beat them.
And Aunt Debbie says hi to Matt Smallin, so if we see Matt again,
Aunt
tell
Debbie
him,
says hi.
Yeah, tell him Aunt Debbie is watching. Sure he'll know right away who that is. See, I knew there were a lot of people out there watching. You just kind of coax them into saying something in the chat room and letting us know who they're watching, where they're at. If you haven't already, please share the link to the show with everyone you know on social media. We do greatly appreciate that. It's the only form of advertising we have, so.
Word of mouth.
I can't say NDBowling.com is the biggest money-making operation, so any help from you, the fans, is greatly appreciated.
So what, are we entering Game 6 here?
Yeah, we're going to get
correct?
our first look here at Blake Wallstrom, the left-hander here from Minot. So Mark Brown out there, I'm sure he's tuning in on this game. Let's see who else we have. We have John Breckel, the King of the Hill champion on this pattern, is up here on the right. You can read that story of the King of the Hill on NDBowling.com. Just scroll down a little bit in the blogs. Oh, we have Gerald Borho. We also have Eric Kempel. Jeff Craig's wife, Jenny Craig, is bowling. A fairly local set of 5 guys here on the featured pair. I was playing fantasy football last week against my best man of all people, and
Okay.
I started Drew Brees over Cam Newton. Okay, and Cam Newton, of course, went 5 touchdowns, 300 yards, 100 yards rushing, went for 50 points. And he texted me, he's like, how do you not start Cam Newton and you start Drew Brees? And I told him, I was like, I am trying to predict the letdown game because it's going to happen.
Right. Yep.
So then this week, Drew Brees, kind of banged up. I decided to start Cam Newton over Drew Brees against Jacksonville, thinking, Drew Brees is banged up, maybe Cam will continue his thing. Well, now Cam Newton had that game, that letdown game of 14 points.
You're a week late, buddy.
Yeah, I was. And granted, last week it didn't matter because Justin scored the most points of anybody all year, so it didn't really matter. I would have lost anyways. But that's why I hate fantasy football. Like, you try to predict the bad games, and then you just get mowed over anyways. Eric Lund wants to know... Oh, he doesn't want to know. Dave Buchanan wants to know how Jack Nelson is doing. Where was he after 4? Jack Nelson, he was in 28th after 4. So he's about 100 under, so he's still got time. And Eric Lund says the Patriots just elected to kick off to start overtime. That is interesting. That might be a Bill Belichick route to take there. Just like Kirk Cousins to kneel at the end of the first half last night. If any of you caught that on the Saturday night edition of Thursday Night Football. All he wanted to do was spike the ball, and he decided to knee it instead, and they didn't get any points. So they ended up winning anyways, but a very questionable decision there. Well, this is a first here at NDBowlTV. We got Christmas cards here.
We do.
In the booth. Yeah, Lance Gehring and his family with Angela gave us a Christmas card. So Merry Christmas to them. Always a first here at NDBowlTV.
Always something new.
Yeah, there's always been. I mean, last year our first flag 5-pin by Blake Wallstrom, live on set.
We do have a chance for a second one. I mean,
we do. He is on our featured pair right now. What was it? The Kickoff Classic. Chris Charles left the 110, our first 110 leave. Was the first time. Scott Indersby, the first 300 to 800 combo on NDBowlTV. We've had a lot of firsts, so there's going to be something here today, and it was first a Christmas card. So Marshall, you're like a historian of sports and the game. What's your favorite call in sports? I know you follow a lot of
favorite call.
Yeah, your favorite call in sports. My buddy Ken Fletcher and I down in Fargo, where we're big on sports history and calls and stuff like that. Do you have a favorite moment or a call that someone made?
Oh, let's see here. One that sticks out. I don't remember what he or she said, but I remember watching it live is when Aaron Boone walked off on Tim Wakefield in extra innings. And that was to go to the World Series. And that's just one moment that sticks out in my mind, that it's just the way he celebrated, lifted his arms in the air, threw his bat up in the air.
Yeah.
Because, he knew it was gone, and that's just one that sticks out in my mind just because I was watching it live when it happened.
I'm a Tiger Woods fan. I was all about the chip on the 16th hole in 2005 at the Masters.
Yep.
Shot her around the world by Vern Lundquist with the call. I know my buddy Ken Fletcher would love the Phil Mickelson putt back in 2004 at the Masters. And the 3-inch vertical that Phil had on that putt. That was a good one. The craziest game I've seen this year so far is that college football game with Michigan and Michigan State.
Oh, right. What a game that was.
Oh, man. Crazy. Just imagine being that kicker. So, and yes, that's a good one by Eric Lund. Game 6 of the World Series. Kirby Puckett catching home run. And we'll see you tomorrow night, I believe was the call. So a good time for those of us up here in the upper Midwest, the High Plains as we call it. A lot of good calls in sports. Many people remember the call when Blake Wallstrom flagged a 5-pin last year. I hate to say that that's probably one of our best calls, but it did happen. It's unfortunate that it was that, but we had some good moments this year at the Kickoff Classic. Mike Morris came away with that one, beating Matt Smallin on the final shot. So if you haven't seen that show, go on to YouTube, search for ndbowling.com and watch that show in the archives. It was one of the best shows out there. We had a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, and the title match came down to the last shot, so that's one you want to watch if you have time. And I will also mention that Blake Wallstrom is a good friend of mine, and Marshall's, so
yep.
we do like to give Blake a hard time, even when he misses a 5-pin on NDBowlTV. It happens. Another fun moment, and Jack Nelson will be on our featured pair in a few games here. Last year in this tournament, on our featured pair, Jack Nelson accidentally picked up his spare ball and threw it on his first shot, and he threw it on lane 8, and you could tell he was waiting for it to face up and do what it's supposed to do, and it never did. I think it hit it square on the 6-pin, and he comes back and he looks at the ball rack and noticed that his strike ball is still sitting there. He threw his spare ball on the first shot, and then he went up there, he left a very unusual spare and picked it up, and then proceeded to throw his spare ball on the floor very loudly. Our first ball drop on the lane where you could hear it on the mics too, and I think it rolled all the way down to lane 12. But yeah, that was quite the moment last year at the 10-game marathon, and it was right after Blake missed the 5-pin. It was a sequence there that was pretty entertaining. It was unfortunately for Blake there on lane 8. He's got Deadwood to deal with as well. So yeah, we'll talk about a little bit of everything here today on our show. We're in game 6 of 10. So if you have a question for us, Marshall or myself, just let us know.
Any topics that you want us to touch on a little bit?
Absolutely. We have at least 2 or 3 hours left, so you know, a lot of topics to talk about. Let us know. Looks like the Steelers might be losing too. They're down 20-17 in the fourth, 4 seconds left. Hoping they're lining up right now for a field goal, but I can't see that.
Hey, the Chiefs win.
The Chiefs. They beat Cleveland 17-13. So as expected, Eric Kempel with the back 6 the game before. He's got the front 3 here. That might be the kiss of death. Here comes a big 4.
Yep.
But, you know, once
Big
again,
4.
that just shows when you're fighting to find a ball reaction all day and you find one.
Big 4, washout, anything that's not a strike.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Oh, I saw 7-10 there for a second, but the proverbial kiss of death did happen to a 10-pin. That ruined a string of 9 in a row for Eric Kempel. So I do apologize, Eric, but this goes to show once you find a good ball reaction, shows how good he is. But that also shows how tough this pattern is as well,
right,
or how much he's struggled today. So. Robert just mentioned that the Jets won, so the Patriots lost today. That's always a good day, if you ask me.
So they elected to kick off to start overtime, and then they lost. All right, I'm okay with that. But unfortunately, they're in the playoffs, and they've got home field advantage wrapped up, don't they?
Well, with the loss, I don't
Cincy?
think so. I think it's
Cincinnati.
Still, yeah, they still have a
Right.
shot, but Cincinnati doesn't have a starting quarterback anymore, so.
A.J. McCarron.
Ooh. First Alabama guy to win a game in like 16 years.
Yep.
That just shows you a lot of Alabama guys are the product of the program.
Yep.
Like Trent Richardson was so good. Now you can open up a lane about 20 feet wide and he'll go 2 yards.
Yep.
I'm hoping Derrick Henry's not the same way because he's a beast. Well, once again, we talk about everything here on NDBowlTV. Football, baseball, everything. If you've got a topic, we'll talk about it. We're in game 6 of 10. And we are live at North Hill Bowl in Minot, North Dakota. Kind of showing you a little bit of the new graphics we have up on the screen, which is good. Good upgrade from last year. And we're going to try to incorporate a third booth camera when we get a chance. Maybe next year, depending on when the tournament is. Jeff Craig, while you're here, do you have any idea when this tournament will be next year?
Huh?
Do you have any idea when this tournament will be next year?
We were just discussing that because it's actually Christmas Eve and New Year's.
Right.
Probably the week before Christmas.
So Jeff is thinking the week before Christmas for this tournament, which will probably be like the 18th, I believe. And if that's the case, NDBowlTV will be here. If it's between the 23rd and 30th, you will not see us here because I will be on an island far, far away that week. So for those of you watching and want to bowl this tournament next year, they're thinking the week before Christmas, so the 18th. Sunday the 18th is what we're looking at. So put it on your calendar. Well, our King of the Hill champion John Breckel is starting to have a good look. 9 spare 4-bagger. I'm sure I just gave him the kiss of death as well. So John, hopefully you strike here. Oh, please strike, John. It's okay. Thank you. There it is. Hopefully that got rid of the black cloud over the set back here. Once again, if you guys are watching, send us a message. Go ahead, go over to our Facebook page, like us on Facebook. Shout out to Twyla Scott. She is watching. She has made a shout out to James Martinez. Yes, he is representing the United States Air Force. We do appreciate his time and service he has put in to help make our country safe. So I do have to call out all our viewers here. Do any of you go on Twitter? There's got to be one of the people watching right now that are on Twitter. I have a new feature where I can share live tweets on our set here. No one out there is on Twitter. Follow us at Indie Bowling, and we'll be able to put tweets live on the air, so as long as they're appropriate. So I'm calling out all you viewers out there. Someone's got to be on Twitter. If not, go get an account, follow us on Twitter, and send us a tweet. We'll see if all of our stuff works. And Marshall was away there, but I did call out all of our viewers about the Twitter feed. Someone will be on Twitter here soon. I don't know who that may be. Tough break there for Blake after a double. Just shows you if you miss by a little, you pay a lot in this pattern.
Travis he's hitting after Game 5? Did we get an update? No?
No Game 5 update yet. But we'll take a closer look at our scores. He's got the 120 there in the 7th. John Brucko with a good game, and I did point that out already, Marshall, and he went up and struck, so hopefully the black cloud just blew away over our set. Eric Hempel is thrilled about that 10 pin. And then Jenny Craig goes up there and just plows out the rack. Which I think makes it even better for Eric Hempel after he threw a really good shot and leave the 10 pin. So. Looks like we're gaining a few likes on our Facebook page, so if you hadn't already, go over to facebook.com, search NDBowling.com, and you'll find our page. Hit the like button, and you'll stay up to date on all the updates, including updated blogs, and we'll post everything about our shows. We do have a Game 5 update, and Marshall will give you that.
Alrighty, what we have here. And first is Tad Schmidt at 1150. This is after 5 games. 2, Brian Gehring at 1017.
Oh boy, so that's a 140 pin difference there between first and second.
Tad has not had a game below 221 all day, and we are through 5. So, like I said, Brian Gehring at 1017. Third is Tad Schmidt's son, Kassad, at 10:08 with his handicap. He's scratched right now at 883. Fourth is Mark Patterson, excuse me. He is at 872 scratch with handicap. He is at 1007. Tied in 5th are Brad Peterson and Ryan Selk. Both at, let's see, that doesn't look right here. Both at 994. In 7th then would make Matt Smolin at 981. Mike Harris is at 973. And 9th we have Wade Scott at 970. Derek Smith is in 10th at 968. And then tied for 11th are Daren Helbling, Wayne Hellbust, and Chris Charles. And all 3 of those are at 968.
Okay.
So that rounds out, I guess you could call it the top 12, but we got about 14 people inside the cut.
Okay. We have a lot of James Martinez fans out there too. Where's he at? As well as
James
Blake.
Martinez, 15th, and he is at 957.
Okay, so he's close.
So
and where's
he's-
Blake at?
Blake, tied for 18th, 945.
Okay, so he's still within striking distance, but he's got a 129 up in the 8th here on our featured
Right.
pair. So he needs a double here to kind of salvage this game and not kill it too much. Yeah, looked like he missed in on that one.
Yeah, just a little bit, doesn't take very much.
I knew we'd have a tweet out there. It has to come from my wife. So for all you people, well, it was a direct message, so it wasn't a tweet. We won't be able to put that one up on the screen for you, but we did get a message from my wonderful wife. So to all you people out there, you bowling fans that are watching, shame on you. Go on Twitter.
Chris Massey's out there. He's watching. He's got Twitter.
I know he does. Where are you at,
Make
Chris?
it happen, man. Make it happen.
Apparently we need to run a contest on Twitter, and then we'll get people up there. Yeah, we'll get somebody out there.
Tweet.
Then we'll just refresh our page. Once again, notifications 0. The one guy we do see a lot of tweets from is probably bowling the Masters tournament out in Minnesota, is Clayton Moore. That is one platform he likes to use quite a bit, is Twitter, so I'm guessing he's busy bowling right now, which is why we don't hear from him. Jack Nelson just walked by the booth, didn't look too thrilled. Ooh, we have a notification. Dun dun dun. My wife decided to tweet at us instead of direct message us, so now we'll see if this works. Yeah, now it won't work.
Of course it won't.
And now it'll probably crash our system. Oh, there we go. There might be a delay on there loading that up, but I'm not gonna find it.
I'm overhearing a conversation with Matt Smallin and John Breckel about matching their belt colors with their jerseys. Very interesting.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That is something.
Oh, here comes Eric Kemple.
Yeah, they're coming to him.
Better late than never.
All right, let's see if we can do it. Oh, we might have it here. The new and improved. There you have it. Our first live tweet on NDBowling.com.
Awesome.
NDBowlTV's first live tweet. You have it right there. Well, for all you frequent bowlers out there, she doesn't even bowl, and she tweeted at NDBowling.com.
Is she here in the building?
She is not here in the building, actually. But I am ashamed of all you bowlers out there. We need to
What about
get you
Eric
some.
Parvey? He's on Twitter quite a bit.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Eric Parvey.
He's busy with his kids. He also has 2 young ones at home. So,
Two young ones, and are the Vikings playing?
no, they play tonight actually.
Do they?
They play against the Odell Beckham Less Giants.
Yes.
I think it's time, one of these days, one of these weeks, one of these months, whatever it may be, we have to run a contest on Twitter. So if any of you out there listening, you might want to get Twitter. You might want to follow NDBowling.com. Or else my wife's just going to win everything. And she doesn't even bowl, so it'll probably end up just going right back to me. So. I think I'm still losing in fantasy football. Yes, by a lot. I need Malcolm Floyd and Johnson from the Cardinals to like score 40 points each. Would be nice. Yeah, we'll take a closer look at these scores before they go away, which they will probably right when I put them on the screen. You can see Eric Kempel 234, Blake Wallstrom with a 169. He's now, after that, Blake Wallstrom is now 86 under, so he'll have a little bit of work to do. Eric Kempel is 112 under. I guess, that's why they call it the 10-game marathon. He's got 4 left, and I think this guy could put together enough to get back to plus. So.
A game previous to this one, he ended with, what was it, the back 6?
He did.
And then he comes out and puts up, 230 up there? I mean, obviously it's taken him 5.5 games to find something, but the same token, man, shooting 230 on this is pretty huge.
Yeah, and if there's anybody I'll take on the burn, Eric Kempel is one of them.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on him as he moves to the 9 through 16 set of the house, which is one of my absolute least favorite sets in North Hill Bowl. I never bowl well on 9 through 16, whatever reason it is. The one and the only James Martinez just walked by our set. I know he's got the most fans out here on NDBowlTV. As he should, representing the Air Force. Coming into view here on our left side, left side of our featured pair, we've got Ron Zutz, Matt Small, and Lance Gehring, Wayne Hellebust. Is that Cal? No, he's over on the other pair. Few people coming on to our featured pair now. Bobby Wilson, Terry Sanis. Let's look who else we got. Brett Craig, Taylor Wallstrom. And I'm guessing the other female in the tournament. We've seen the other 2. I think there's 3 total. Once again, if you're watching, please let us know in the chat room. Send us a message on Facebook. We'll give you a shout out. Mark Brown said 7 through 16 are good. Ask Smallin and Marshall on my view of 7 and 8 in tournaments there.
Not too shabby.
Yeah.
I believe Mark, I think it was state scratch team, his first year up here. He shot 3 bills with his, I want to say his Hogzilla, when he's bowling with Dave Burgess.
I think I was there.
Company.
Yeah, I was bowling on a team opposite of him, I believe, on that pair. But I also remember some times where Mark didn't bowl so well. because I think he was following Anthony Guevara,
Oh yeah, I remember
And-
that. I remember it very clearly.
and I think he was yelling on 3 and 4 about people spraying it everywhere. And you could have heard him down on lane 40. I thought it was pretty funny. I don't think Mark did at the time, but it's one of the moments I do remember, and I still think it's funny.
Yeah. Now that we look back at it, it's pretty hysterical. Miss Mark Brown being up here.
That camera shake was brought to you by Taylor Wallstrom,
Yep.
making a ball change. You know, it's funny. Everyone that comes over to our set, they decide to brace themselves on the table that we're using. You know, people don't know. Okay, we got a question here from Robert. I have a question for you guys. When are you going to get a better high definition viewing? This is 480, fair quality would be better. All right, well, Robert, I
Let's
think
go back to it.
I think you joined our stream a little late. There was miscommunication here between our internet service provider and the local bowling center on what was in the building as far as internet quality. We're working on a limited connection here today, which is why we're on 480. We have the capabilities up to 1080 high definition, but we have to have the proper internet to do that. So we're doing the best we can with what we have. Our next 2 shows, the one up in Manitoba in a couple weeks, and then back here in Minot in 3 weeks, are bound to be in high definition. I can assure you of that. They're going to address the issues here at North Hill Bowl probably on Monday to make sure everything's good to go. So please tune in 2 weeks and then again in 3 weeks here on NDBowlTV, and I bet you'll see a little bit better show. So. And for those of you who want to see some more high definition shows, if you go to our archive, on the archive, when you look at the list of shows, some are listed in HD, some are not, and that'll kind of give you an idea of which ones had, which bowling centers where we had the better connections, which ones we didn't. So, yeah, go ahead and check those out, or also check us out here in a couple weeks in Manitoba, and you'll see a pretty good show of the next 2 ones. And I think the third one in Fargo at the NDBowling.com Classic will be just as good because they have wonderful internet in that bowling center. Once again, we're in game 7 now? Yeah, 7 of 10.
Yeah, 7.
Oh, I gotta look because that one lane is screwed up a little bit. Game 7, it looks like down on the high end, they're just finishing up game 6, so give it about 10-15 minutes and we'll have another scoring update for you, courtesy of the folks here in North Hill Bowl. Once again, you're watching the 10-game marathon from North Hill Bowl here in Minot.
they don't have that, give me a moment.
Okay, let's see. Good. Thanks for watching, Mark. Glad you're able to tune in with us. We had a comment here from Brooke Selk. What's your favorite tournament to bowl?
Favorite tournament to bowl? Well, for me personally, when I was bowling, it was the CMA here. Main reason, I guess all of equal reasons, but the reason was, you know, us locals here didn't have to travel, and arguably, you know, the best quality of bowlers come here. Like, I guess the higher level of competition, I thought always came here as opposed to you know, the KFIR and the NDBowlTV Classic and the Manitoba Open. You know, granted, I've never bowled up in Canada before, so I don't know what goes on there. So, but in my opinion, I thought the major tournament in Minot was the best one to bowl, and main reason was because I was a local. I didn't have to travel, and you know, and they gave us the luxury of putting out the pattern, you know, 2 weeks in advance, so we could, you know, somewhat gain a little bit of an edge over the guys coming from out of town. But that would be my answer. Yours, Daren?
Well, I guess for me, it all depends on what you look for in bowling tournament. You know, I really enjoy bowling team events with my NDBowling.com guys. I really enjoy bowling doubles events with Smalls, and when it comes to singles events, I'm like you, Manitoba and Minot, the majors, they stand out to me based on the level of play, the level of the field. You know, there's so many great players to win each one that
I'm going to talk to you before I leave.
you know, it really means something. So, to me, it's Minot and Manitoba are the two that stick out to me, and you know that's saying something since I have two tournaments out there that, you know, hold the NDBowling.com name to them. But for me, it's bowling against the really good fields and then bowling with your friends. So,
Right.
you know, it all depends on what you want, what you look for in a tournament, and stuff like that. We also have a question out there from Dave Roberts. How's RP doing? Randy Peterson, our Hall of Famer, one of a few out here today. Randy Peterson is struggling a little bit. He's in 33rd through game 5. Looks like he's at about 120 under. So I think as the tournament goes on and there's a little more friction for Randy, I think he'll find something. Maybe he's up here like we touched on earlier. This is a test pattern for the shootout in 3 weeks. And a lot of people bowl this tournament to kind of, you know, see what their equipment does and find something for that tournament. And, you know, we're not saying they're not trying in this one, but I think they're going to try a few more things in this one instead of coming into the CMA shootout blind, you know. So we will see Randy on our featured pair of the final game. So stick with us, and we'll eventually crown a champion as well, and we'll try to get a word with them.
Well, what's next on the tournament schedule for you, Daren? I know you've got the majors coming up,
Yep.
but as does everybody. But anything between here and anything to get you prepared for Manitoba, or
Oh boy. Well, I can't say I'm definitely in mid-season form, but it's tough for me because this tournament, the 10-game marathon, used to always be a warm-up for me going into Manitoba and the majors.
Right.
And last year we decided to live stream this one as a way of getting a little more publicity out to the handicap tournaments and helping out a few tournaments around North Hill Bowl. So it's nice to be able to do that. I'll be practicing quite a bit over the next couple weeks. We don't have league this week here at North Hill Bowl. It's the 1 week off with the holidays. So I'll have to come up here a lot on my own and practice and do things like that. But, I'm looking forward to Manitoba. We're doing the show up there again, and I have a few people that understand the NDBowlTV aspect of it. So if I were to make the cut in that one, and God forbid make a show, which rarely ever happens for me, but I've done it once. If that were to happen, I have people that are able to take care of the show and would do a good job. So I'm confident in that. So as last year when we were first going up to all these tournaments and doing all these shows, I think the show was on my mind more than bowling was, and it had a bigger effect on my performance than I thought. So
right.
This year it'll be a little different. Hopefully I can perform a little better in the tournaments myself and make a couple day twos, and then once you make day two, you never know. So
it's a whole new day come day two.
Right. The main thing I focus on when it comes to these tournaments is the shot's going to be tough, and if you don't have your A game on in the spare side of things, you're going to struggle. So I plan on coming up here shooting 5-10 games of low game between now and next weekend just to be a little more sharp on spares, and then the rest of it will go with you. So I guess that's how it is. It's tough when you have Manitoba and CMA back to back, because if you bowl bad in Manitoba, it kind of puts a little more pressure on you to come to Minot and have a good performance. You don't really have much time to work on your game and practice.
I mean, if you're not in bowling shape and your hand gets tore up,
Right.
You're spent the entire week resting and healing and not even even practicing. It's just trying to get yourself back into the ability to to throw the ball consistently instead of going on practicing for a day or two beforehand.
And there's something to that. I talked to Ryan Selk last night. He was up here getting the ball drilled, and I asked him if he was bowling today's tournament, and he wasn't sure based on his ride situation back to Fargo, but it looks like he got that figured out. But he told me he wouldn't bowl Manitoba, just because he hasn't bowled enough this year and he's not in bowling shape. And there is something to that, because he said he doesn't want to go up to Winnipeg. It's a 10-game qualifier, so that's pretty harsh on a guy to begin with.
This is it.
And he said, if I go up there and rip my hand apart because I haven't bowled enough this year, then that's going to kind of compromise my ability for the CMA the following weekend. So, there's something to that, and especially if you make a lot of day twos, that turns it into a 22-game weekend.
Right.
So, that's not easy to do. So, for those of you out there looking to bowl those two majors in a row, if you haven't, go out to your local bowling center and bowl 10 games of practice in a row. It will help when it comes time to qualifying at these tournaments, and you're bowling 10 games, and your mindset bowling 10 games and trying to stay focused for 6-7 hours. So something to keep in mind. Brooke does mention in our chat room the picture might not be the best, but the sound is good listening on the way back to Fargo, and she does appreciate what we're doing. So I do appreciate you logging in, Brooke. Thank you for watching, or listening, I should say.
And using up your data.
Yeah, I'm sure your carrier does appreciate that as well. She does work for Shields, so maybe it's provided by them. Who knows? And that update was provided by Shields. Go visit your local Shields. They have good stuff there. once again, if you guys just joined us, we're in Game 7 of 10. So after this one, we've got Games 8, 9, and 10 left to go. And I can assure every one of you that are watching right now that we do have the capabilities to stream at high definition, and we just don't have the internet connection capabilities at the moment. Every now and then we do encounter a tournament where the internet connection isn't as great as we would like it to be, but we are doing what we can to provide you live bowling in the homes of many. So keep an eye on our shows coming up. I do foresee them having a very good connection and higher quality. And if you haven't already, please find us on Facebook, hit the like button, that is greatly appreciated. Looks like we're up to 1,177 likes, so doing well, all things considered. The High Plains Bowling Network is getting to be known by many in our country, and we have a lot of fans up in Canada as well, so spread the word. And for those of you wondering, Taylor Ralston gave the thumbs up on that shot on lane 8. In case you thought it was the salute. It was not. Although there are many out here that do give the international peace sign, if that's what you want to call it. Let's take a quick look at our scores here on our featured pair. See how those are going. Chris Mass, he wants to know what game we're in. He left so you could watch the Patriots blow it. Yeah, they did. We're in game 7. 7 of 10.
The very end of 7.
Yes. Well, the end of 7 for our
Most of
featured
us.
pair, and down on the high end, they're in the middle of 7. So
A good game by Taylor.
yeah, 240 on the board, 241. Well, that gets him back to minus 80 some, so he's well within striking distance of that cash spot. So we'll see if he can make something out of that game.
Can you see Tad down there? What do you have? 270 probably.
Yeah, he's a ways down there. I think he'll move over to 1 and 2 after this game. So I can't quite see all the way down to 19 and 20 from where we're at. So. Looks like Eric Kempel's got still a 214 left on the board with the 9th and 10th to go, so he could put a few games together. Matt Smallin, our pair to the left, had 207. He's plus 20 now, so he's in good shape. I think he's, with Tad the way it is, Tad's 140 clear of the field right now, so we'll see. We have a Thomas Wolf sighting in our chat room there, guy. He is in the house. Welcome to NDBowlTV, Thomas.
4 hours late.
It's about time. Did you just wake up? Yeah, we'll have some decent bowlers coming up here our last 3 games. We have Matt Small and Jack Nelson, Randy Peterson. So we have a lot of decent bowlers coming on to our featured pair here soon. We have another scoring update.
Update from Rory.
And no surprise, Tad Schmidt is still leading, but his lead is getting cut down a little bit.
What we have here, Tad had a game of 212 in game 6 for 162 over. And in second is his son.
Oh, wow.
Had 234 last game to put him at 11-17 plus 150 pins of handicap. Puts him at 67 over. And then we have Brian Gehring at 1263, Matt Smallin at plus 13, and Ryan Selk at plus 1. And that is it for
So we have 5 people
5
that
that
are
are
plus,
at
and only
plus.
4 of them are plus scratch.
Right.
So this shows you how tough it is out here to 49 people.
And then Mark Patterson at minus 5. Wade Scott is at 1183. Brad Peterson is at 1163. James Martinez, Wayne Hellebust, and Chris Charles are all tied at the 9th spot at 1157. And then your 12th spot right now is Derek Smith at 1156.
So 44 under is our current cash cut. And that, I think, is going to continue to go down. You said 25, I said 50. It might be 75 by the time we get to game 10.
We're both going to be wrong by quite a bit.
So, Thomas Wolf said he was driving back from Moorhead, or he would have been on the chat room. Well, guess what? Brooke Selk is driving to Fargo, and she's in the chat room. So
sorry, Thomas, you lose.
You do lose.
You lose the dedication award.
You know me. She may not be driving, and you could have just handed your phone to someone else. There's no excuse, Thomas. If you're not bowling, you better be in the chat room. All right, so we're going to start our 8th game of competition. Looks like we've got Mike Ramsey, Lance Gehring, Ron Zutz. Is that who's here? Yes,
Yeah.
Matt Smallin and Wayne Hellebust on our featured pair for game 8. And Lance Gehring almost bowled in the wrong lane. Live on NDBowlTV.
You've got one job, Lance.
Yep, and that is to bowl
One job.
on the right lane.
Big 4, show me it. Oh, that's no good.
He's left-handed. Big fours don't exist. Sorry, Lance. I give him so much grief on Tuesday nights because he's left-handed. So figured I'd throw in a few shots here on NDBowlTV. Thomas Wolf says to shut it, and we will not. Sorry.
We have one job today. To shut it is not one of those.
Exactly. Your job was to be on NDBowlTV chat room since you're not bowling today, so. Thomas Wolf, weird, he's playing up the gutter. Yes, that is where Lance Gehring likes to play, up the gutter. Or are you talking about Matt Smallin? We'll see. But both of them are likely playing up the gutter. Actually, I don't think Smalls is playing up the gutter right now.
He's probably in
so.
the track.
Oh, he's got to be on this. So, yes, he's talking about Lance Gehring. I don't know if I've ever seen Lance Gehring play right of like 7.
Yeah, I think when he moves right of 7, I think he calls it playing inside.
Yeah. The problem that Lance has is he's one-dimensional in a way that he's got a really big drift.
Yeah.
So no matter how far right he goes, he's only able to slide at like 10 is the farthest right he can slide. You know, I guess he could start on the other lane and slide on on 40,
yeah,
but
I guess.
And that's something really tough to get out of. There's a couple guys up here at North Hill Bowl that I bowl league with who kind of have the same problem. It's just when you start bowling the way you do, it's hard to get out of like bad habits, and that's one I know. I've talked to Lance that he wishes he could slide somewhere right of 10, you know. So I think he knows it. Hopefully he can work on his game. That's one thing a lot of us would like to do, is to fix our biggest flaws, but I think Lance is well aware of that being one of his. So then there's Wayne Hellebust, who's got what, 3.5 fingers on his right hand. Common fact to know: he bowls actually with his ring finger and his pinky in the bowling ball, because he's only got stubs on the first 2, so he's there in the green shirt. Something to know. I guess that is the definition of making do with what you got. Just be careful when you shake his hand. He likes to take the nubbies and like it hits your palm
Put him in
and
a vice grip.
yeah, it's different. I think I asked him once what happened there, and it was like a table saw incident or something like that.
Yeah.
That would hurt. But just goes to show that you can always still bowl. And then you got Farmer Zutz on the pair. We usually don't see him out until about late November, out on the
All that
tournaments.
farming.
Still out farming, yep. And he's up here on the right lane. Lance Gehring up, correcting his score. Apparently he didn't throw a gutter. He threw a strike. Might have to question that score
Right.
change. Yes, that was the case. Somebody got the deadwood out of the gutter first, or so Lance says, anyways. We'll have to go back and check the footage on that one. Just giving you grief, Lance. Don't worry.
Or Matt smelling up on lane 7.
Yeah, that shot on 8 hooked up on him. We'll see what he does here. That's pretty good. Brett Craig. Hopefully he's all right. That's never good. Kind of must have hit a spot out there on lane 9. So. Oh man.
Live TV, you gotta love it.
You do have to love it.
So this is the beginning of Game 8, correct?
Yes.
We have 2 games to go.
And once we get the score sheet for Game 7, we'll have a better idea what's going on here. And that slow rack on lane 8 has been causing a lot of dead wood on the gutters there, so another delay. And Lance is up once again to claim he didn't throw a gutter first ball after they clean out the dead wood.
Okay, I know this isn't Blake, but on lane 8, we have a possibility of another lefty
Lance
flagging the
Gehring.
5.
Yeah, Lance Gehring now at the 5 pin on NDBowlTV. We are currently about 33% on 5 pins for left-handers on the featured pair, so no pressure, Lance. All right,
Well, that's no fun. That's no
safely
fun.
covers. And now we'll get this retrieval of the dead wood, courtesy of Stu Craig. Hopefully he doesn't fall out on the approach. Uh-oh. Ooh.
Oh,
Close there. His kid, Brett Craig, was the one over here on lane 9 who,
just ate it.
yeah, didn't have a very good time there on lane 9. Easy, Stu. Don't run.
Yeah, he's not
don't,
running.
Yeah,
He's
don't
not
run.
running back.
Last thing you want to do is fall out on the lane on NDBowlTV. Would be another first. You know, I never said we were classy here at NDBowlTV, but we do have our moments. So those of you listening along, I hope you find the entertainment value. All 40 of you watching right now. Once again, if you're watching our stream, give us a thumbs up on the player or share it with everyone you know on social media. That is appreciated. Live bowling coverage into the homes of many. And we've got our last 3 shows of the year are all majors, so put them on the radar. They're going to be the best shows of the year. Now, if Matt can only figure out that right lane, which is usually the case everywhere I go, it's the right lane that's the issue. So, all right, we can see Brett throws a more confident shot there on lane 9. So, good to see he's back up and good to go. Eric Kempel's over here making another ball change. He did not throw the other ball though, so got a question from Thomas Wolf. What is Matt throwing? And is he plus? He is plus. He's 20 over. What is he throwing? That is a good question. It's a darker ball. I know that. And Matt switches out his arsenal about twice a week, so.
It's not the original IQ, is it?
The solid?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good possibility. Based on what we're bowling on, then yeah. For those of you just joining us, we're bowling on a test pattern for the CMA Memorial Shootout in 3 weeks. It's a 2.19 to 1 oil ratio pattern, which is sport compliant. It's 41 feet with 26 mils of volume out there, so you definitely have to have a little bit of surface to get the ball to face up for you. And, you know, looking at our standings, that is proving to be the case. Tad Schmidt leading the tournament, has been leading all day.
Has been leading since game 1.
Yeah, 250 out of the gate. And game 6 was his first time under 220. So, and trust me, that is not easy out here today, as we only have 4 people who are plus on the scratch side. So, ooh, Robert wants to share some horse racing bets. Can't say we have much horse racing going on up here in North Dakota, so I'm sure those of out there that do bet on horse racing will understand what's going on. But maybe they can follow somewhere. Now the question is, Robert, how much did you put on it? Is it a 10-cent Exactica, or what'd you do? Because those are the common bets. They put a quarter out there, put 10 cents. Some people like to throw out like $5 or something. It's worth a lot of money if you can guess all those in a row.
What are you throwing? And Matt, he is throwing the IQ tour. Solid.
As expected.
Yep.
Good to get confirmation on that. Mike Green walking by our set. You won't be able to see him. That was not a short joke, but he did walk by our set. Just those of you who haven't seen Mike in a while, he is still here. For all you James Martinez fans, I can see over there he's minus 75, but he's got a decent game going here. Game 8. We'll see him the final game of the day. Once again, we got 49 bowlers here today, bowling 10 games. Winner will take home $580.
got back 10. You know what I mean? Like,
I was actually talking to Lance Gehring while you were out there, Darren.
Okay.
And one thing that Lance was touching on was, he's like, this is a great tournament condition for these reasons. Was because it is not very hard. You know, it's very easy to go out and shoot 150.
Right.
You know, at any time. He's like, and it's you know, and he's like, if you come out shooting 160, 170, you're already in a hole, and then you go out and shoot 210. It feels like you've got the entire world to work with, but then at the same time, you're only getting 10 pins back.
Right.
He's like, it is so. He's like, it's so mentally frustrating to, you know, trying to stay even is so difficult.
And that's why we touched upon earlier the spare game and how critical it is.
Right.
So Robert, in our chat room, where are you from, man? You're betting on horse racing, so my guess
You're not from North
is
Dakota.
you're not in North Dakota at the moment. You could be somewhere else. You know, let us know where you're at. And a shout out to Debbie Christopher saying great coverage from NDBowlTV. So thank you for tuning in. Speaking of it, Debbie, did we ever tell Matt that Aunt Debbie is watching?
Yeah.
We'll have to let him know.
Next time he gets over here, I'll let him know.
So, Marshall, do you have any plans for the new year? Do you have any New Year's resolutions? Anything going on?
We're having a get together at the house. Just having some close friends over. I believe Matt and his wife will be over. As far as New Year's resolutions, to put the soda down at least for a little bit, man. When I have one Mountain Dew, I gotta have 6.
Yeah.
That's just a problem, man. It's been a problem ever since I moved out of my parents' house.
Yeah, I can easily say that you're not
where
the only one that has that.
When you move
that
out of the
issue
parents'
either.
house, you can eat and drink whatever you want. And I haven't been able to put it down since.
Right. Yeah, that's tough. It's one of those things you gotta slowly kind of wean yourself off of. And I'm not sure what Sarah and I are doing for for the holiday. I know we always have stuff going on. I know her parents might be having a big get together. We're not sure what we're doing yet, so. Well, once again, we're nearing the end of game 8, so we're getting down towards the prime time here of our tournament. We're going to start figuring out the contenders from the pretenders, so to speak. Did we ever get a game 7 one yet? I'm still waiting on that.
I don't believe we ever got one.
Yeah, we look over here, and 1 and 2, they're just now starting game 8, so I'm sure the game 7 scoring is in the works. So once again, we're getting scoring quicker than the bowlers are, so you at home are learning who's leading and who's not before anybody that's bowling here. So always good to have insider information. And if you haven't already, please share the show with everyone on social media. It's greatly appreciated. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up and subscribe to our channel. That does help with ratings and everything like that. The better we're rated, the more people that'll see it. Well, has the condition surprised you at all? Has the scores at all?
I wouldn't say surprised. It was as expected, I guess. Prior to the show, I had made the prediction that the cut was going to be minus, what, 25?
Yeah, and that score right now gets you well into the money, so.
Right. Well, I guess it's kind of identical to what we saw at the King of the Hill.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, what was the cut to get into match play? Minus
70.
70. And what's the cut to cash?
Through 6, it is minus 44, so it's pretty close.
Yeah, we still have, and that's not even up to date. So we have another two or three games for that to drop. And I say drop instead of rise because the scores out here are, there's only a good handful of people that are, putting up scores over 200 right now.
Yeah, 195 and above is a very good score on this. So. And the other thing we need to look at is the left-right ratio, and it looks like Wade Scott through game 6 is in 7th. He is the highest scoring left-hander as of right now. We do have a scoring update here, so we'll let Marshall go through that.
Tad Schmidt at 226, game 7. He is still your tournament leader at 1588. And second would be his son at 1460 with 175 of handicap. And next it goes Brian Gehring at plus 24, Matt Smullen at plus 20, Mark Patterson at minus 7. And then next would be, did I just say Brad Peterson? Mm-hmm. Brad Peterson is at 1369. Wade Scott, 1368, and tied with Wade Scott is Dwayne Edwards. In the 9th spot, we have Ryan Selk at 1365. In 10th, we have Scott Schmidt at 1347. Chris Charles is your 11th spot at 1345. And then in 12th is Mike Harris at 1333.
So he is the cut line at 67 under right now, which, through 6 games at the King of the Hill, it was 70. Through 7 games here, it's 63. So it's pretty similar. Let's see. How about James Martinez, Blake Wallstrom? We know we have fans out there for
James
them.
Martinez is tied in 14th.
So he's only 2 spots back.
Right. He's at 1325, so he's not even 10 under.
All right, so he's
10 back,
he's
so.
a few pins away, and he's over on 3 and 4. He can strike out for 230 and jump way up there. So
Taylor Wallstrom is at 1321. He's in 16th. Blake, his older brother, is at 1302.
Now we're on TV. This is awesome.
And let's see here. And over half the field is at least 100 under.
wow. So those of you coming down to the shootout, if they do indeed use this pattern, I'm a personal believer that it does put a premium on shot making and spare game, and I personally hope they keep this pattern. I really do, and I will be participating in the tournament. So we'll see if that happens, and you will see the finals here on NDBowlTV. So tune in if you're not going to be bowling the tournament. Once again, if we're looking at our left to right ratio, Wade Scott, the highest left-hander so far. I don't see any others in the casting line anyways. Blake Wallstrom will be the next one at 22. There aren't that many lefties in the field, so you're not going to get a very good, sample size as to how the left is going to play in 3 weeks if they use this pattern, because I know there's a few more lefties that'll be bowling that tournament than are here today, so you might be seeing a little bit different conditions. The weather will likely be different. So looking over there at our scores too, the number 2 player, Tad Schmidt's son, has got possible 230 to go on the board, and he gets 25 pins a game, so might be running down his dad here soon. James Martinez finished with a 232, so that should jump him into the money.
He's going to jump a little bit after that. Board's 15 through 10, somewhere in there.
Yeah, pretty close.
221 on the board for Matt Small. Let's take a quick look at our scores now that they finished up. And it looks like Lance Gehring, 215, Matt Small in 221, Ramsey up there with 193, Zutz with a 182, and Wayne Hellebust 167. While we have a minute, I do want to remind you all that you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. If you haven't already, share our show on social media. Give the player a thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube, and do subscribe to our channel. That is greatly appreciated. Also, Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. They have done great things for us, and we do appreciate everything they do. And once again, you're watching the 10-game marathon here at Northville Bowl in Minot. In 2 weeks, we will be at Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg, Manitoba for the longest standing major in the Manitoba Open. So such a great tournament, such great fans up there. I remember last year's show, we had about 40 people behind the set watching, and many of them, they love Mike Schmidt up there. That's their pride and joy. So whenever you see Mike Schmidt in the TV show, you're going to see a lot of fans up there, and rightfully so. The guy's a class act.
It's a pretty awesome sight too.
And he is the majors record holder for a reason at 7. So tune in. Mike Schmidt will be trying for his 3rd consecutive Manitoba Open title in a couple weeks. So be sure to tune in to ndbowling.com and NDBowlTV. You'll find out how he and everyone else did. we would like to tell Matt Smallin while he's by our desk or the booth here that Aunt Debbie has been watching, and she says hi. I don't think he's listening to me.
Who's been watching?
Aunt Debbie.
Aunt Debbie's been watching?
Yes.
All right.
She says hi. All right, let's look at our featured pair now. We have Cal Carnell up to bowl on the right. Jack Nelson is on this pair as well. Scott Schmidt. Who else do we got? Derek Smith, I believe, is one of them. Daily or hourly check to see how bad I'm losing in fantasy football, and I'm still losing by a lot since he's got a guy left and I'm down by 10. Well, a lot can happen yet. Julius Thomas is having a spectacular day with 1 reception for 4 yards. Once again, we are on game 9 of 10, so we got this game and one more, and we'll crown a champion, hopefully get a word with them when all is said and done. Then we can pack up and hit the road once again. And that road will lead me down the hill to my house instead of several hours of driving to get home like it was the Sioux Falls trip.
Sioux Falls, that's a good 7.5, 8 hours, isn't it?
It is. And luckily I had a good friend that decided to come down with me, and he drove from Fargo down to Sioux Falls. He didn't drive slow either. And that was Ken Fletcher. He joined us in the booth for that tournament. It was a pretty successful one for NDBowlTV. Pretty exciting finish as well.
Is that the one with Nick Heilman?
Yeah, Nick Heilman won that. Who we might be seeing on one of our shows in the next couple weeks as well. He made both the Manitoba and the CMA show last year, so maybe we'll see from Nick or his bright colored pants friend
Andy Mills.
Andy Mills. The other day I was talking on Facebook with Sam Lanto and asked him if he was going to wear his bright orange shirt, because I had to calibrate all my cameras if he was doing it. Because last year he made the show at the CMA Memorial Shootout, and I don't think my cameras really liked his bright orange shirt, so I have to prepare for that. And if he makes a show, we might have to make a few settings changes here. And Thomas Wolf says Jack Nelson is throwing the Motive Primal Rage remix. Well, that's more than I know about Motive stuff, so we do appreciate that, Thomas. You're good for something. Other than being late to the telecast. Once again, if you're watching, please share on social media with everyone you know. We're getting into the last 2 games of the 10-game marathon, so we will be crowning a champion and hopefully talking with them soon. I think we might end up finishing this tournament a little earlier than we did last year. I think you and I were here to about 6:45.
Yeah.
And then with the teardown and everything, we might have been here till about 7:30. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, were there 8 people on a pair last year?
Yeah, there was. Some had 7, some had 8, because we had a little over 60 some, almost 70 bowlers last year. And once again, with the holidays getting closer to the weekends, you know, they really didn't have a chance. So to put it on any other weekend and not interfere with another tournament. So for those of you who aren't bowling this tournament, are listening along, we did talk to tournament manager Jeff Craig, and he mentioned that they are looking at the weekend before Christmas next year, because both Christmas and New Year's do fall on a Sunday, so they're kind of in jail as far as picking a weekend for this tournament. And I'm thinking it's going to be the 18th, and that's a good thing, because my wife and I are going to St. Lucia on December 23rd next year through the 30th. So if they held the tournament anywhere in there, NDBowlTV would not be providing the coverage. So with the date of the 18th, that would be an NDBowlTV friendly date. We can provide you guys with live coverage once again from the 10K Marathon, and maybe we'll hear from Marshall as well.
Yeah, that end of December, early January is just not a good time to try and plan something. It's
right.
Like we were saying earlier, it's the heart of the bowling season.
That it is. You get too far into January, you're into the majors, and people would rather go to those. And then early December is state team and some other events and holidays. So now you're kind of stuck. So hopefully it works out for them next year. We can get a few people up here to bowl that. And then I'll be leaving on a plane far, far away, going to a beach somewhere. A place where I've never been, that's for sure. So far away that I had to plan it a year and a half in advance.
I got a bamboo oar stuck in my can.
Once again, you can contact us through the chat room, through Twitter, and on Facebook. If you have any questions for Marshall or myself, we'll answer them the best we can. We're here for at least another hour. We got a game and a half to go. We'll talk with our champion when the tournament is over. Once again, we are working with a limited connection here today. Sometimes when you go to bowling centers, that's just the way it is. Some things didn't work out the way everyone hoped it would. And, you know, I do give credit to North Hill Bowl and the staff here for doing everything they can to make this work. And we will be back here at North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks, and I do believe all the connection issues will be resolved by then. And you will see the CMA Memorial Shootout in high definition. We are doing what we can right now, so. Once again, we are paying out the top 12 spots. And then there's a scratch option, which is paying out top 6. High game pots are paying out 2 spots. And I would like to note, too, that Miller Lite did contribute $500 to this event. So thank you to them for all you living the high life. Well, it looks like we're back. We have really, really spotty connection, folks. I apologize once again. There's only so much we can do with the internet that we're given. Just do what we can. Once again, we're in Game 9. Hey Marshall, can you look down at Tad Schmidt's score and see what he's got there? Bottom left on 1.
I can't see it right now. He's got 6-2 in the first frame. Other than that, I can't see what his score is.
Once again, if you guys were watching, we did get cut out there with the internet connection. If you could refresh your player on YouTube or on NDBowlTV.com, you'll get the most up-to-date we have, the most live picture you see. Dave Buchanan wants to know, is that RP to our left? It is.
Yes, it is.
He'll be on our featured pair here.
The last game?
And it looks like he's 73 under, but he's got a 5-bagger going here. Hopefully we didn't just ruin that. Like we always do, the black cloud of death here back in the set. RP will be up on the second lane over to your left, lane 5.
Another good shot by RP.
Well, the black clouds may have been lifted. RP making a run at the cash spot, it looks like. Good game here. We'll get him well into that. Once again, we will have a word with our champion once we figure out who that is. Obviously, depending on our internet connection at the time. Well, it looks like we're getting quite a few subscribers to our YouTube page, and we do appreciate that. If you haven't already, head over to YouTube and watch the show, or if you're already on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. That is greatly appreciated. Give us a thumbs up. I know our connection isn't as good as we would like it to be, but we're doing everything we can to provide you with live bowling today. We have 3 more shows this year, so be sure to tune into those. There's a lot of tournament bowling left, so if you want to bowl a tournament out there, please go to NDBowling.com, look at upcoming events, and find a tournament that's right for you. And I think Tad Schmidt's struggling now.
He came over to low end of the house.
So this could get interesting now. Yeah, I don't think he's got a mark in the first 3 frames over on 1 and 2.
Nope.
Unless he covers his split.
Yeah, but also to follow his son, who's right behind him, doesn't have the great game right now, so. And he is on 5 and 6.
That is true. The second place bowler's got a 121 in the 8th, so.
He picked up the 210.
He did pick it up. Well, that'll help.
Alrighty, it looks like we've got a scoring update after 8 games here, Daren. Ted Schmidt still, he's at 1803. His son is at 1722, and third is Mr. Matt Smallin at 1641.
Wow, a big gap there.
Huge gap. Fourth is Brian Gehring at 1597. Next would be Mark Patterson at 1596. Brad Peterson at 1589. Ryan Selk is at 1583. Eighth is Chris Charles at 1582. Wade Scott is tied in ninth with Lion Schmidt. They are at 1577. James Martinez inside the cut, inside the cashing line, is at 1547, and at 12th again is Mike Harris at, let me see here, 1557.
Wow.
I'm sorry, it's 1547 is what he's at.
So 53.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like RP here. He's got 7 in a row. So he's going to be jumping up there. Where's he at?
Why can't I find him?
And we just got confirmation from Jeff Craig that the tournament will be held on the 18th next year, the Sunday before Christmas. So I'm just going to go in here and make sure that's the date. But it will be December 18th. So the 10-game marathon, December 18th. Put it on your calendar next year, and NDBowlTV will be here. So hopefully with a better internet connection.
Randy Peterson is in 17th with 1527.
Okay.
So he's going to put a pretty big number here, it looks. Granted, I didn't spoil anything.
Yeah, we'll see how he finishes out here, and then he'll be on our featured pair the last game. So exciting moments here.
Yeah, we're going to have a pretty exciting little finish. Everybody, that's a good handful of guys that are within the cashing line or within our viewing area. We have Lion, we have Tad and his 2 kids. We have Matt. James Martinez is right here. Randy Peterson. A good majority of our guys that are looking to sneak in the cash line, they're all within, viewing area of us anyway.
And it looks like Tad Schmidt has 1 fill in 4 frames.
Yep.
up in the 5th on 1. So
And it looks like everything's been a split so far.
he did strike there, it looks like. So that helps. Matt Smallin has a 5-bagger going into the 10th. So a big game coming for him.
Yep.
With the 2 people ahead of him struggling. 159 for Kasad, however you pronounce that.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Randy Peterson making a huge charge here at the end.
Yeah.
Into game number 9.
High game pot material right there.
Yep.
Possible 260 left. Is that what that is, or is it 250 left? I think it's 267.
Yeah, 267.
You'll see RP on the lane 5 come up here, second shot in the 10.
On the far left.
Oh, I think he wanted that one.
Yeah.
Well, he'll get 256 out of it if he covers that spare, so still going to be...
250 is a pretty big... That might be the high game of the tournament right now, Daren.
It's possible. I haven't looked around and see if anything happened out on the high end, so I have 252 there from Gehring. That was on our featured pair, actually.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything over 250 all day, aside from that first game that Tad had right out of the gate. Haven't seen anything close to that. And what does Smallin punch for here? He's got his 2 strikes in the 10th.
11,
240,
237. I believe. He
Yeah.
went open, and then he's got a pretty good finish going up here. So things are starting to tighten up here in the standings. So we'll see how it finishes out here.
Spotty. They're coming tomorrow.
Perfect.
Confirmation that the internet service provider is coming tomorrow, not a moment too soon. So. Like I said, the shootout will have in full HD, I am sure. So. Well, we just hit the 5-hour mark here today, Marsh. It's been a good day.
Been a really long day.
A long day, just like last year. Next year will be no different. It's been a lot tougher with the scores the way they are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, aside from Tad, no one's really ran away with it. I mean, everybody, no one's consistently put up 200s all day. I mean, everybody's got their 150, 140 games in there somewhere.
Yep.
So it's just a matter of, reducing damage when that's possible and picking up your spares when your shot isn't there and you're having, trouble finding that shot, and then being able to strike when you've got the area.
And that just goes to show with how hard the pattern is. I don't think I've ever seen a guy lead a tournament wire to wire like this.
No.
And, if he can pull it off, I know he's got quite the uphill battle going on 1 and 2 right now. But if he can hold off and claim the title here, that'll be pretty impressive to go wire to wire in a 10-game marathon. Good strike there by Tad. He's got a what appears to be like 101 or 111 there in the sixth. No, that's got to be like 88.
Yeah, it's too far away for me to tell.
So he's got to strike out for like a 200, and if you can save a game like that,
Jeez.
that's pretty big.
200 is huge. On top of that,
So-
shooting 200 saves your game.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's
I mean, everyone out there has got to make up quite a few pins if they want to catch Tad the last two games. So he's got room to work with.
I don't say does.
Matt's at 70 some over. So even with that game for Matt, he is 130 behind Tad before the game Tad's on right now. So, you know, it's possible. Matt's got a pretty good line. He looks pretty comfortable out there. Tad, you know, he just made the jump on the house, which you and I both know,
It's a
going
bad
from
time
the
to do
high
it.
end to the low end, it hooks a lot more. And if you don't make that big jump, I think for me it's normally like a 6-7 board jump when I go
Well,
to the other end of the house.
I guess if there is a silver lining to that, there's, you know, his last game isn't on this pair.
Yeah.
You know, he's got another game to kind of get this end of the house figured out, and then go up there and put up 220, 230, 240 like he has all day.
So if we look at this, you know, Matt is 130 behind before Tad's game. Tad's son just went 40 under, so Tad's son and Matt are about around the same spot right now. And let's say Tad goes a 170 out of this. So he's going to drop 30. He is still 100 above Matt. And unless Matt goes 3 bills here, which is almost impossible, you know, Tad could clinch this with a 170 finish, which is
Right.
pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think my running back just scored a touchdown. Did they give it to him? I think they did. I am now miraculously winning fantasy football.
That's what happens when you don't look at your phone for an hour.
Yeah, right. Somehow I am winning. Oh, cool. He's still got Ronnie Hillman tomorrow, and he's got Doug Baldwin and Aaron Rodgers going right now. And Aaron Rodgers is playing absolutely terrible, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that entire Green Bay team is playing terrible right now.
Yeah. Injuries is the one word that can go with that. All right, so on our featured pair here, we got the guy in second place, Tad Schmidt's son, up now on 7. Ooh, threw a good shot there. We've also got Hall of Famer Randy Peterson, fan favorite James Martinez. Tad Schmidt with a big double over there on 1 and 2. If he could punch this out for 200, I don't think he can lose.
No, it would be quite the effort to 100 pins.
Yeah, we would need to see like a sub 100 game from
Yeah.
Tad Schmidt. So.
And here goes Randy Peterson up on lane 8.
And our just went out.
Is it out?
Oh, I think we're back now. Once again, I apologize. Our internet connection goes out about once every half hour. If you would once again refresh your player. This might be one tournament that I will not keep in the archive. I don't know if I want people rewatching this one at the rate we're going. It's unfortunate, but we're doing what we can. And just to update you, looks like Tad Schmidt does have possible 180 on the board with a strike there. So Matt gained 440 on him, and Matt has strike 9 spare strike going. You got to think Matt's got to strike out in a pretty bad game by Tad for this to be possible. I would like to thank everyone who has been loyal and has stayed with the stream despite the issues going on. I do see on top on lane 2, I see a 257 up there.
It's not Daren Helbling, is it?
Yeah, actually, I think it is.
believe it is.
He is a top bowler on that lane. So
257, where is he at? That'll put him back up there. He's in 20th right now.
yeah, he kind of fell off after the good start. So maybe he can sneak into a cash spot too. Who knows? And the way it looks, I think our tournament leader, Ted Schmidt, might be the last lane done. Yeah, so we're going to know right away who the winner is. So.
Yep, Matt will finish. I think Matt's the only guy that even has a sniff at getting to the top here.
Yeah, unless his kid here in front of us goes off the sheet with his handicap. So I think Matt would be happy with second the way
Tad bowled it.
Yeah, Matt would need Tad to go about a 120.
Right.
And Matt would have to shoot 250 for this to work. So.
James Martinez looking to make a big move here. He's got front 4 and 9 spare, and then striking the 6th.
Yeah, as is Randy Peterson. RP only needs 217 to be plus for the day, which is pretty impressive on this. See what RP can do here. Oh,
pretty
got
good
out
shot.
the 810. Trip of the 810 pocket.
Spin to win on lane 8.
And Tad Schmidt's wife is in the house just in time to watch him win a tournament. See, Matt's still running him over here. Strike 9, spare 4 in a row.
I think he knows he needs to punch.
Oh yeah. At the very least, lock up that number 2 spot. Because he was 80 down of Tad's son, so he made up that difference the last game, and I think he'll another strike there for him.
Another strike.
He's got possible 280, so Tad had 180. He went up to 1983. Matt is sitting at, what is he at, 1870? Yeah, it looks like 1878, so he'd have to beat Tad by 100 and some.
His last game.
So as long as Tad shoots over 180, he's going to win the tournament.
And Matt would still have to punch.
Right. Matt has to go the next 5 for 280, and Tad would have to go 179 or lower. So.
In which, I mean, getting to 180 isn't easy.
And
so,
Thomas Wolf did bring up a valid point in our chat room. Cal has now changed to 2 hands because that's what he does in league when he doesn't care. He's not doing very good, and that is illegal. So that might be a talk I'm going to have with him at league or shortly after the event.
That's going to be a talk if he happens to win a high game pot.
Right. Well, he's not going to win at that game. He's got a punch for like 160. So.
Yeah, I would definitely bring that up if he, for some reason, if he's not scoring and if he's going to bowl the CMA, he's not scoring.
Right.
He decides to switch it over to 2 hand, opens a lineup, and for some reason manages to get into the cut. He's got to be disqualified.
Well, based on it's no offense to Cal, he's a good guy and everything, but the lane management and the way he is already proving himself here on the lane, switching hands and not really caring, I don't know if that's going to be an issue. And what's interesting about that is he is bowling with Jack Nelson, and of all people that would know the rule book, I think Jack would be right on top of that. And what a carry by RP!
RP is slinging wood across the deck like no one's business right now.
Just a lumberjack right now on NDBowlTV. Randy Peterson. Well, Matt Swellen only needs 4 in a row. And just so anyone watching, Cal is well out of any sort of money, so he won't be winning anything here today. He's got 98 the 8th as well, so let's focus more on RP throwing around lumber. So.
And we got RP, we got Martinez, we have...
And Tad's only a couple pairs away here.
Tad's son is also on the pair. He's in 2nd place.
I do look over here now that we talk about it, and Matt Swellen is talking to Cal, so there is a possibility that something is being
discussed along those
relayed
lines.
along. Yes, leave it to Matt Swellen. He will be the guy to say something.
You gotta look at it from how far is Jack Nelson out of the cut? Is Jack Nelson?
Jack is well down.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that Cal's obviously not going to make any kind of money. He's not going to come close to a high game pot here. I guess for him to go out and start 2-handing the crap out of the track, it's bound to rub somebody the wrong way.
It actually happened to me and Matt a few years ago. We were bowling the state doubles tournament, and there was a duo from Williston actually who good shot by RP, strike by Matt. So We were bowling state doubles out in Williston, and Matt and I were within 20 pins of first, and we crossed with a duo out of Williston, and they were like second from the bottom, and they thought it would be fun just to pull out absolute chalk and lay down on 40 and just cross everything. And Matt actually went up to him and said, "I'll give you $20 to put that ball away." And they finally did. And you know, whether it had an outcome on how we finished, we ended up second that year, bowled really well. But you know, this is the same kind of deal. You know, even though you're out of it and you don't really care, there's still integrity to be
Right. And it's,
looked
like
at. So
I'm not going to the point where I think he's doing it on purpose, but you know, I think sometimes common courtesy has got to be, you know, put into place to where, you know, it's you have no shot at cashing. Don't ruin it for someone else type
Right.
deal.
Yep. And Smallin is 3 strikes away from a 280 the last game, by far the highest game of our tournament.
Yep.
And will likely lock up second. Tad Schmidt has a double on the board already. So.
Yeah.
So again, Martinez could make a move, and he had a good
Ouch.
shot there. Wow.
That one might hurt a little bit. Yeah, where's is Mike Harris anywhere?
He was down there.
There he is. He's on. Was he on 1 and 2?
Yeah, he's not got a very good start, though. He's top left. He's got spare open start, so. We are in game 10 of 10. The action will be through here right in front of us shortly, but the pair immediately to the left just finished up their second frame. So we're going to have some downtime. Maybe we can talk to RP for a minute to see what he did out there and what he saw. Maybe talk to a few other bowlers before we determine a champion, which I think we all know who it may be. Just getting past the 5:30 mark, or about 5:30.
All right, Matt's getting ready for his 10th frame. And Ryan Selk just picked up the 7-10 on line 3.
Very nice.
Did we catch it?
We did
It
not.
is on the very, very corner, and we're
Okay.
gonna miss it.
Maybe we did catch it there. So those of you watching, maybe we did catch that. I'll have to go back through and look on the archives later if I keep it. Game 9, Marshall. What's that update?
Tad Schmidt, still your tournament leader after shooting 178 in Game 9.
What's his?
1981, his son, Kassad, is at 1906. Matt Smallin at 1878.
So 104 back.
Yep, Brian Gehring, 1832. Lion Schmidt is at 1807.
Okay.
Mark Patterson is at 1805. Tied at 7th and 8th are Wade Scott and Jeremiah Smith at 1796.
Okay, so Tad has a front 3 up in the 4th here over on lane 3. Matt finished with a 268, so
That'll be high game of the tournament, I believe.
looks like Tad will need a 150 some.
Yeah.
And with a strike here, that all but will do it. He just needs good count the rest of the way.
Ryan Selk is at 1795. Mike Harris is at 1789. Randy Peterson is in 11th after shooting 256.
And
He's at 1783.
He still has 258 left on the board. So.
And then Brad Peterson is 12th at 1774. And then Daren Helbling is your 13th spot at 1764. And then 14th is Chris Charles at 78. So there's a good chunk of people within about 15 pins of each other heading for that last cashing spot.
Okay, and I did get confirmation that once RP is done with his game here, we're going to have a word with him, talk to him about his day, and then a few minutes after that, Tad Schmidt has the front four right now, so I think it's
He's
just a
all
matter
about
of
locking it up.
a matter of just going through the motions and taking care of business here today.
So did Matt do enough to catch up to second place here?
Oh, I think so. Saad could go 5, so 225. He would still have him by 40, and he was down 20. Yeah, down 28. So Matt will, no matter what, be in second here. So Matt is your second place bowler. I don't think Brian Gehring can catch him, can he? I don't know where Brian is. Brian Gehring would have to have a 300 to beat him, so.
That's already 2-8.
So that pretty much locks it up, our 1-2 spot here. Tad is up in lane 4. We are on 7 and 8, so just kind of count over accordingly. And there's a 5-bagger. I think that about locks it up.
Yeah.
So I think our winner here today is going to be Tad Schmidt. RP will bowl his 10th frame. We'll get a quick word with him. Wait for Tad to finish up his game, get a word with him, and then we'll be on our way. So the high end of the house, 9 through 16, is completely done bowling now.
Not even going to get a high game pot out of it. Doesn't that green or going to show me under this?
Just show my friend.
Okay, we're going to have a quick word with Matt while we're waiting for RP. All right, I'd like to welcome Matt Smallin into the booth. He just finished out with a 268, I believe. And by our calculations, that locks you into second pretty easily. So
I hope so.
So how were they out there today?
Just pretty much as expected. The lanes changed based on who you followed. If you had a good draw, they got nice. If you didn't, they didn't. Tad evidently, with that low rev loft game of his, was able to really hit them early, and it's got to be just accuracy, because that is what you rely on during the first part of that.
Yeah, he didn't have a game under 210 until game 6. And then he has had one game under 210 the whole day. It's pretty good.
That's hard to beat on this.
What were you throwing today? How are things out there? Where was your angle of attack at?
They didn't get nice for me until, let's see, I can even look here. Yep, game 5 is when they got nice, and that was IQ Tour solid, and it was just a matter of wait until the oil got pushed far enough in to where there was some hold room. The out room, as expected, any room that you had to miss out varied from pair to pair, because it's all based on who you follow. And if the guy, that was on that pair 3 games before you played him right, then that helps.
Okay, and we look over there, Tad Schmidt, front 6, so it's going through the motions for him.
Yeah.
So a second place finish here for you. What's next for you up in Manitoba, I'm guessing?
Manitoba's next. We're gonna. My very pregnant wife is debating about whether she's gonna go to that or not. So, husband of the year, maybe not, but we're gonna try to make it up there. And if she, because she doesn't want to risk having the baby on that side of the border. But I think we're still 6 or 7 weeks out at that point. So I'm fairly, I don't know how much I'd gamble on that, but fairly confident.
Anything can happen. You and I both know,
She just tried skateboarding the other day. So.
Yeah, she did try skateboarding. Well, Matt, congratulations on the second place finish. We're going to try to get a quick word with Randy Peterson.
That's a good guy to talk to.
Before we talk to what looks like to be our champion, Tad Schmidt. So good bowling today, and we'll see you in Manitoba.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, man. Okay, I'd like to welcome into NDBowlTV Randy Peterson. Randy, welcome.
Thanks, Daren.
Oh, well, looks like you had a good finish there. What did you have game 9 again? 256?
256, 247 the last game.
That's a pretty good finish on this. So what happened out there? What did you see?
Well, the first few games I had absolutely nothing. I was 130 under after 4 games. And I went around and I looked at Tad Schmidt and I said, where is he playing? Because he's just killing them. Mm-hmm. And he was playing between second and third arrow with a lot of loft. I thought, well, let's try it. What do I got to lose? So I actually did that a little bit, kind of held the ball a little lower so I could slow down my speed a little bit and get a little loft on it, and the lane just opened up for me then.
Wow, just crazy how just a little change like that. And bowling with Matt my whole life, that's something he does. If he is kind of struggling with a place to go on the lane, he'll find the people who are bowling really well and try to emulate them in a way. And so that's what it reminds me of there.
Yeah, it did. It just, I don't know, I think I went 230, 230, 250, 240 in my last 4 games.
Wow.
It just made a big jump.
Yeah, where we were looking at the standings here, that's going to get you probably into the top 4, and depending on how that comes out with Tad's son bowling with you, you're probably 3rd or 4th in the mix there. You were 30 over. He went 150, 150 finish, so we'll have to see how that shakes out. It looks like Matt's pretty firm in second. Tad's going to run away with this one. He's got front 7 now.
Yeah, he's bowled well all day.
If he gets this one, I think we're going to try to move a camera here to catch the rest of his game.
Oh, 7 pin.
The NDBowlTV kiss of death. It's been happening all day. So. But yeah, what's next for you?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go to Winnipeg or the CMA. I'm actually going to be in Florida for those, so darn it anyway.
Darn, yeah, Florida. That's just a terrible place to be in January.
Yeah. So probably going to, K-Fire will be the next one. I think they had a Baker doubles the week before that. So Mike Harris and I are going to bowl that together. And yeah, I hate to miss this.
Yeah, I think Matt and I will be at the Baker doubles too, and it'll suck not to have you in Winnipeg and in Minot. So
those are 2 good tournaments I kind of hate to miss.
But Florida is a good alternative, I think.
Yeah.
Very nice. And will we see you at the NDBowling.com Classic in March?
Oh, yes.
You'll make it to that one?
Yes, I will make it to that
Very
one.
nice. Very nice. Looking forward to seeing you there.
And thanks you, Daren, for everything you do here for ND Bowling. It's I brought a buddy of mine with me today from Carrington, and he says, yeah, I follow that website all the time just to kind of see what's going on. So there are a lot of people that are looking that up.
Yeah, And sometimes it surprises me a little bit. We ran that ball contest not that long ago, and we went from about 500 likes on the Facebook page to we're pushing 1,200 right now. And the reach has gone out much farther than just the surrounding states and, you know, a little bit into Canada too. So it's good to see, and hopefully it keeps growing, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I appreciate all you do.
Yeah, thanks RP, and have a good time in Florida.
Thank you.
Okay, well, once again, we're going to try to get a word with Tad here. Maybe we can move a camera to catch some of the action left over. Just give me just 1 minute. Okay, so we'll give you some live coverage of our tournament leader up on lane 4. He's had the front 7 with a 9 spare in the 8th. Just going through the motions. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who has tuned in today for the 40th annual 10-game marathon, despite some connection issues here and there, but we did the best we could and worked with what we had. We'll welcome Marshall back into the booth one last time here before we talk to our champion. And Marshall, I do want to thank you for joining me again today at the 10-game marathon.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, man. Thanks for having me back. Hopefully we can do it again next year.
For sure.
I'd be more than happy to.
We're just taking a final look here at our tournament leader, who still has a 10th frame to go, and then I'm going to send you out there to retrieve him really quick so that we can start tearing down before we announce a winner, because I think we already know who that is.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like we might be done before the 6 o'clock hour, a little hour and a half before last year. So. Crazy to think the rest of the house is done besides these 3 pairs right here. There's 1 pair only in the 6th frame, so.
Is Tad going to finish 200 ahead of the field?
It's going to be pretty close. If he shoots, 267, he can't get that high game pot anymore, but he'll.
So it looks like Matt Smallin will take high game.
Yep. So.
High game for the day?
That looks like it. Right? Yep. I haven't seen him score better than that one. Yeah, we just talked to RP, and he mentioned that before 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, he had 240, I think, over on 3 and 4. So he finished like 740 the last 3 just to get him to plus 30.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it took 5 to 6 games for this to finally break down and guys could get in and bang on it.
And it paid off. Just proves that you're never out of it either.
Right. RP wasn't in the top 10 till top 10 or 12 till the last 3.
And now he's possibly 4th.
Right.
And he could be 5th depending on how the standings shake out there. So
They just stay close to even, and then once they open up, hit them hard.
well, Tad's going to throw his final shot here. I'm going to send you to try to
All right.
retrieve him quick so we can get on our way here. I do want to thank you once again, and I appreciate what you do, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Hopefully we can do it again next year, Daren. Thank
For
you.
sure. All right, I'd like to welcome into the booth our eventual tournament champion here, Tad Schmidt. Welcome.
Thank you, Jerry.
So, how were they out there today? It looked like you had them pretty easy, but
They were still very challenging. I was fortunate enough to fall into it, make quick ball changes, tried to stay out of trouble, make shots. Felt good to throw the ball decent for this year. Some lanes hooked earlier. Some lanes didn't want to finish at the back end. Just a quick, simple moves and ball changes.
well, it looks like you made some good moves out there too. So, what were you throwing here today?
I was throwing 3 different balls. Started out with the new, that new Storm. What's that new soft one?
The lock?
Yeah, the lock. Started out with the lock. And the next game, right away the lock started hooking early. Couldn't get it down the lane. So then I switched to the crux, pearl, and threw that for a couple games, and run across a couple pairs that were wetter again. And the lock was still hooking early, so another quick change to the roto grip melee, and with some polish on that one. So that was the right combination for quite a few games, and ended up finishing up with the crux pearl.
So it looked like your low game was there over on one. And what happened there? Was it just the jump from one end of the house to the other, and you got kind of a little more friction going on, or?
That's what caught me, and it was such a huge change. I kept trying to move baby steps. We went from one end of the house to the other to 1 and 2. I'd move like 2 and 1 or 1 and 1, and my ball kept sucking right through the face until I finally jumped like 5 and 2 left, and then it got back in the pocket.
Very nice. So that ended up being your low game of the day. You didn't have a game under 210 until that game, and then you finished off with 256. So I think you're going to be well clear of the field there at the end.
Thank you, Daren.
So what's next for you after this?
Well, we're going to be going to Winnipeg next, and then we got the TV tournaments, and we'll be back here for the TV tournament here. So.
Okay, so you'll be up in Winnipeg and you'll be at the CMA. So
Yep.
I do look forward to seeing you there, and maybe I'll bowl with you too. So I'll be in those.
Awesome, dude.
All right.
You're great.
Congrats, Dad.
Thanks, Daren.
All right, and that will do it for our coverage here of the 10-game marathon in Minot. And what a day it was. 10 games, and there's still a few people bowling, but we have already determined our champion by more than 100 pins. We do want to say congrats to Tad Schmidt on his win. And we are going to sign off here for NDBowling.com. I'm Daren Seney, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and we will see you in 2 weeks up in Winnipeg. Please follow us on Twitter for updates as to when we will start that show. We will be up there on Sunday for the stepladder finals. So if any of you want updates, please subscribe to our YouTube page, and then like us on Facebook for continuous updates of the next 4 major tournaments now through March. So be tuned for that, and we will see you in Winnipeg.